Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 80, Hope. So come at me, King of Hell. Do you have the strength to break my resolve? Rukia sighed. If Ichigo felt confident enough to challenge Aayumu so brazenly, then she was sure he would pull through. But, what about afterwards? When he came home, would it be to yet another fight for his life? She turned to the leader of the royal guards, whose perpetual smile still unnerved her. If I may, I have some questions. Hyasube-sama. She said the name hesitatingly, wary of the man's warning that she could lose her voice. When nothing appeared to happen, she let out a breath in relief. Go ahead and ask. Ichigo's voice was almost cheerful, but his smile sent shivers down their spines. I was wondering what the royal guard's stance is on Ichigo. I mean, he's evidently a human Quincy Shinigami Hollow hybrid, and the Central 46 hasn't exactly been kind to hybrids in the past, Rukia explained delicately. Plus, there's that whole part Quincy thing, Renji added bluntly. Pretty sure we'd know by now if he was using any Quincy powers, but he's gonna learn them at some point. Ishida, standing nearby, winced again, no doubt at the idea that Ichigo would be coming to him for Quincy training sooner or later. Renji ignored him. And in the short time that he's been alive, he's grown more powerful than most of the Gotei 13. He is also the king of Hueco Mundo, Neliel commented from a few feet away. Renji stiffened, then sighed. Let me guess. Aizen was the ruler. Since Ichigo killed him, he became the king. There was a little more involved. Neliel admitted tactfully. While he did kill Aizen, that didn't make him king by itself. He had to make the Hollows, specifically, the Vasto Lords, respect his strength enough to submit to him. But that must be so much more responsibility. Why would he do that? Ishida asked, his mind racing through the possibilities. And come to think of it, when would he have had time? And is this why no Minos-class Hollows have come to Karakura despite all spiritual power centralized here? He became aware that with Aizen's demise, many Hollows would vie for the position as the king of Hueco Mundo. Such a rush for power could easily have spread into the living world, Okiura stated matter-of-factly. It took little time for him to establish himself as the king. Less than a night. And yes, one of Ichigo's first orders was that no Minos was to come to Karakura unless he himself called or if it was an emergency, Stark confirmed. In effect, we former Espada are running the day-to-day affairs, while Ichigo will pop in from time to time and make sure there are no major issues. Ichigo cleared his throat, and all eyes returned to him. To answer your question, Kuchiki Rukia, the royal guard is keeping an eye on Kurosaki Ichigo, but truthfully, we're not concerned. His actions speak well of him, and his influence has proven rather beneficial to Soul Society in general. He gestured in the Arrancar's direction. Also, it will be interesting to see what Hueco Mundo will become under his rule. Aayumu grit his teeth as he retreated once again. That black flame that engulfed Kurosaki's blade and arm up to his shoulder was giving every strike absurd power, power that threatened to cut straight through Asahi no Kagami. He knew why, of course. The Getsuga Tensho was a compression of the wielder's energy, magnifying the attack. But instead of releasing the energy, Kurosaki was keeping it within his blade and arm, magnifying not only Tensa Zangetsu's cutting power, but his own arm's strength in slashing. Aayumu was simply grateful that Kurosaki had obviously not fully completed the technique. If he worked out how to cover his whole body in a Getsuga, would there be anything he could not destroy in one slash? Aayumu's thoughts were cut short as he was attacked head-on by his opponent. Aayumu vanished in a burst of high speed, reappearing a short distance away with one hand up, lightning crackling for a second before firing in another massive attack in his captive's direction. Unsurprisingly, Kurosaki Ichigo materialized between them, splitting the attack to either side as he had before. Aayumu had not held still, however, and had rushed to the side, firing a Rikujikoro, only for the 6 bars of light to be destroyed almost the instant as they had formed in blindingly fast slashes. It was almost infuriating. The sheer variety and strength of the Kido that Urahara and Yamamoto knew should be giving Aayumu an overwhelming advantage, even without the use of their Zanpakuto, and yet Kurosaki was still matching him. In the center of Aayumu's own world, with all the weapons and knowledge of all the demed souls residing there at Aayumu's fingertips, Kurosaki was matching him. But the key word was almost. Aayumu's soul may be completely reunited, but he was not yet fighting with everything in his arsenal. "I should thank you," he said aloud. "What for?" "Many things, really. You resurrected me, you opened the gates to let me out, you and Yamamoto reintegrated my soul." Ichigo's gaze, already cold and hard, grew even steelier. "Your taunts mean nothing to me. And fighting you has forced me to grow used to channeling the powers of my Togabito," Aayumu finished with a smirk. A few dozen chains suddenly became visible, writhing around him. "Have you not noticed? Before, I could work with a mere 1 or 2 chains at a time. Now." The chains lunged at him, penetrating and yet drawing no blood before vanishing from sight, leaving Aayumu facing Ichigo. Yet Ichigo remained wary, there was no telling what sort of powers Aayumu had just granted himself. Would it be an impenetrable defense? Unmatchable speed? Apocalyptic offense? Ichigo placed himself between Aayumu and his mother, preparing for whatever would come. And then it came, Aayumu lunged at him at extremely high speed. But before they met, 2 copies of him sprouted off his body, also attempting to take Ichigo's head off. The original stayed back, preparing some kind of electrical attack in his hand. The 2 coming at him had to be illusions, and yet they left footprints in the sands, and the sounds of their blades slicing through the air convinced Ichigo that they were real enough to kill him if he let them. Gritting his teeth, Ichigo put his speed to the test, forcing his body to move as fast as it could. Tensa Zangetsu cut through the first illusion without any resistance, and even as it was falling to the ground, Ichigo was on the second, stabbing him through the head. The third and original Aayumu received a bolt of lightning through the heart, courtesy of a Byakurai from Ichigo's fingertips. However, the electricity that the third Aayumu had generated jumped back into the Byakurai and sent a severe shock throughout Ichigo's body. The pain only lasted a moment, though, so Ichigo's attention never left the clones. But he blinked in confusion as all 3 Aayumus promptly vanished as if they had never existed. All 3 were illusions. Then where was Ichigo? It was his mom's voice. "Sheet." Ichigo spun on his heel and vanished into Sonido as fast as he could. He arrived less than half a second later, but it was already too late. Aayumu had already finished killing Yoruchi again, and was holding his mother by the back and top of her head. Ichigo barely spared Yoruchi's corpse a glance, he was too focused on the imminent threat to his mother. "Let her go," Ichigo breathed. Aayumu looked Ichigo steadily in the eyes. "No. I don't think I will." "Let her go." Ichigo repeated, more loudly. "Or what?" Aayumu demanded. "You'll kill me." "Been there, done that." "You'll seal me." "As if you weren't going to try anyway." "No. Here is what is going to happen now, Kurosaki Ichigo. I am going to kill her. I am going to scatter her soul to the desert. And just in case Zen I never told you, no one has ever recovered from that fate unless I allow it. No reincarnation. Ever. Why? Because her death drove you to despair, Aayumu told him succinctly. And if you despair, it will be easier for me to kill you. That was all Ichigo needed to hear. He leapt into the fastest Sonido he had ever used, flinging Tensa Zangetsu with all his might on a direct course to pierce Aayumu's head. The blade was less than a centimeter from Aayumu's eyeball when he and Masaki disappeared. Ichigo didn't slow down, even as he realized that Aayumu hadn't used high-speed movement at that moment, Aayumu had actually teleported. But he hadn't teleported far, Ichigo could see him, several dozen meters away. Time seemed to slow as Ichigo rushed with every ounce of speed he could muster. Masaki's eyes met his without fear, only love. Ichigo stared into them desperately, willing the world to let him save her, to delay Aayumu for that fraction of a second longer as Ichigo reached for her hand to yank her out of Ayumu's grip. But just as Ichigo's hand clasped hers, the ruler of the demise clenched his fist with an audible, stomach-turning noise. Blood, bone fragments, and brain matter coated his hand, dripping onto the sands as Masaki's bloody corpse fell into Ichigo's arms. Ichigo fell to his knees, eyes wide and disbelieving as his mask first cracked, then shattered, dissolving his resurrection and leaving him in his Bankai state, staring helplessly at his mother's body. Unnoticed, the communicator in his ear fell to the desert. "No, please, no." Then, as if it to add further insult to injury, Masaki's body rapidly began turning into sand and scattering to the desert. In seconds, Masaki was gone. Ichigo didn't move. He couldn't breathe. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't. And yet it was. Aayumu chuckled as he nonchalantly flicked some pieces of flesh off his hands, which too dissolved into sands. "Did you really think you could win against me? Such thoughts are pure arrogance. All I have done is save you the trouble of dying." With all his power. He couldn't save her. It was all for nothing. Tears began to trickle down Ichigo's face. "You did." Aayumu exclaimed with a tone of pure amusement. "You actually did believe you could defeat me and save her. Foolish boy. How could you do what the Reo could not?" But Ichigo gave no response. He could no longer hear him, too consumed with shock to do anything but listen to his own thoughts. And then he heard a voice that would always reach him. "Ichigo." The youth's head shot up in disbelief. That had undeniably been his mother's voice. "Mom," he breathed, looking upon his mother. And it was her, with the chains of hell. A Tagabito, but that didn't matter, Ichigo could break the chains again. Then Ichigo saw the truth, surrounding them were a crowd of illusions. Asahi no Kagami had been used once more. It wasn't her. Not really. Ichigo's eyes absently noticed that Aayumu was hanging back, watching him intently, not advancing on him for some reason that Ichigo could not fathom. Yet Ichigo couldn't bring himself to care about that, not with the image of his mother in front of him. Even knowing she wasn't real, even knowing that it was an illusion conjured by the enemy, Ichigo drank in his mother's appearance like a man dying of thirst. As long as the illusion remained, Ichigo could fool himself into thinking he was wrong, that she was really there. "Ichigo." Masaki's voice was sad, gentle. "You couldn't protect me. You weren't strong enough." "Why weren't you strong enough?" "I tried," Ichigo's breathed. "I tried so hard." "I know you did." Her smile was almost wistful. "But Ichigo, you made so many mistakes." Watching her son flinch, Masaki reached out and touched a ghostly hand to Ichigo's cheek. "I'm sorry, Ichigo, but parts of me blame you for my deaths. Will you listen?" Ichigo's eyes closed. He knew it. He knew he wasn't so lucky to be wholly forgiven. Yes. Another illusion stepped forward, it was another Masaki. This one did not have the chains, but carried a book, the journal she'd written in while captured by the Barine. "Ichigo, why couldn't you save me?" she asked sorrowfully. "I put my faith, my trust in you. I thought you would find the Barine, or at least keep to your deal so I could be set free. I understand that you had to save Karen and Yuzu, but when you returned, why did you not simply destroy the house and find the Sekiseki they were hiding me in? You would have been able to go through the portal they had opened and come right back in seconds." Ichigo bowed his head. She was right. Why had he even bothered to argue with Yamamoto? Why hadn't he just made good on his threat to burn down Soul Society to save his mother? All of this mess with Hell could have been avoided if he hadn't decided to try to follow the rules, to try to make nice with Soul Society. Maybe Zenai had had the right of it all along. Maybe the only way to protect his family was to kill, to conquer, to make them all fear him and his righteous anger. "Why couldn't you save me?" yet another version of his mother asked. This Masaki had something attached to her head, something leading to a large, menacing furry hollow. Ichigo's eyes widened. The Grand Fisher, and his lure. The one thing he could not cut. His mother. For so many years my soul suffered in the Grand Fisher, Lord Masaki breathed. Why couldn't you purify him? Why couldn't you save me? Why did you give me hope and then fail? Ichigo began to tremble, and tears streamed faster down his cheeks. He had always regretted not being able to kill the Grand Fisher that day. Why, oh why had he demanded to fight the Grand Fisher alone? Why had he insisted Rukia stay back? Why had he listened to his own pointless sense of pride and lust for bloody vengeance? If Rukia had helped with her Kido, maybe his mother's soul would have been freed earlier. I'm so sorry. Mom, I'm so sorry. Another Masaki stepped forward, and Ichigo's heart stopped. It was the battered, bloody, dead Masaki from that day on the riverbank, so many years ago. Nightmares that Ichigo thought he'd long since put behind him came back to the forefront, and he knew exactly what she was going to say. Ichigo wanted to run but he couldn't move, wanted to scream but he couldn't breathe, wanted to tear his eyes away from this horror but he couldn't look away. Don't. Oh God, please don't. Don't say it. Dead Masaki knelt down and laid a too-cold hand gently against Ichigo's cheek. Why did you kill me? The words that had haunted him since that fateful day, this vision that had so often left him afraid of ever closing his eyes again. But now, at least, Ichigo had an answer. I didn't kill you, Ichigo whispered, his voice barely audible. That was Grand Fisher, on Aizen's orders. But I'm a Quincy, Ichigo. A strong one. If I could fight Aayumu by your side, why couldn't I slay the Grand Fisher? There's only one reason it could be. You know it. Say it. Oh God. She was right. All those years ago, Ichigo had lost consciousness after running to the Grand Fishery lure. He must have been knocked out. Quincy's were best at ranged combat. But with the Grand Fisher right there, with Ichigo unable to run or defend himself, Masaki must have been forced into melee, and in the process left herself open to the Grand Fisher's power. And Ichigo knew that power all too well. Grand Fisher had pierced her, had peered into her memories, had seen the one thing that she could not attack and shaped his lure accordingly. Would it have been Isshin, or Ichigo himself? Maybe Yuzu or Karen. Some combination thereof. It didn't matter. It would have created a hesitation, an opening, something that Masaki couldn't afford while protecting Ichigo. And then the Grand Fisher killed her. It had been one thing when Ichigo had thought that Masaki had been powerless. Once Aizen had confessed to sending the Grand Fisher after her in order to motivate him, Ichigo had known that Masaki's death was simply inevitable. The Grand Fisher was a powerful hollow, had killed many Shinigami in the past. One more nameless Shinigami patrolling Karakura wouldn't have changed anything. If it hadn't been that day on the riverbank, it would have been another day shortly thereafter. It hadn't been Ichigo's fault. But, if Masaki was a Quincy, then that meant that she knew what hollows were. That she could fight back, hold her own, even win. If Ichigo hadn't been there, then Masaki would have been able to avoid the Grand Fisher's technique at a distance. And she'd have killed that Dmed hollow. And she'd have lived. All those years, Ichigo had been right all along. He'd killed his mother. Tears fell from his face anew. It was my fault. All of your suffering, is my fault. That's right. And just like that, the illusions vanished, leaving Ichigo with his newfound truth. No, it wasn't. Isshin roared into the microphone. He'd been trying to get Ichigo's attention ever since they watched Aayumu activate Asahi no Kagumi's power again. Ichigo. DMN it, Ichigo, answer me. Rukia stole the microphone from the enraged father and began her own tirade. Ichigo, you dumbass, answer us. Your mother's death is not your fault. You know that. Ichigo didn't respond. He didn't seem to be moving at all, either. Ichigo. Get up. Get up, you dim-witted strawberry, get up. Shinji closed his eyes. Give it up, Kochiki. We heard Aayumu use his Asahi no Kagami. And obviously, Aayumu got him this time. He turned his eyes to Ichigo. So then, Mr. Royal Guard Leader. You about ready to step in, then? Aside from Hachi and Tensai, none of us left have any sealing techniques worth shit, and they're needed here to keep Aayumu from leaving hell. Ichigo opened his mouth to answer, but a very calm, cold voice answered instead. No. Everyone except Ichigo turned to Okuiora in complete disbelief. What do you mean, no? Do not rescue him yet. The former Quarto Espada looked Ichigo straight in the eyes. Kurosaki-sama has one other ability. This emotional torment will make it manifest. Ichigo eyed Okuiora for a moment. I see. Very well. I shall wait a few moments longer. Isshin whirled on the leader of the Royal Guard, and it was obvious that he was itching to pull in Jetsu on the man. If you wait, he'll die. Perhaps. However, I know the power Okuiora speaks of. Rukia shivered as Isshin leveled a glare at Okuiora. The Ryatsu behind that look was massive. It would have sent most Shinigami to their knees, gasping for breath. But Okuiora remained unmoved. Isshin turned his fury towards Hachi and Tensai. Drop the barrier long enough for me to get through, he ordered. If Hyasube won't save him, I will. But before either Kido Master could answer, Ichigo placed a hand on Isshin's shoulder. Isshin froze in place, completely paralyzed. No one else is to enter hell, the royal guardsman ordered softly. Strong you may be, but you have no place in this battle. You would merely be hindrances to young Kurosaki Ichigo, and to myself. If any of you attempt further, I will remove your powers where you stand. But, what about Ichigo? Yuzu cried out, pointing at the image of her brother, who was now being approached by Aayumu. He needs help. Okuiora shook his head, stepping next to Ichigo. The only help he requires right now is his own. What power? Karen demanded. What power could he possibly get like this? Stark and Neliel turned away in discomfort. Okuiora stared piercingly at Karen for several moments. Use your eyes, Kurosaki Karen. Look upon me, and know what it is I speak of. Karen scowled in response to the challenge, looking remarkably like her brother, and her eyes flashed white. Instantly, blood drained from her face and she looked at Okuiora in undisguised horror. Karen! Yuzu exclaimed. Karen! What is it? Karen shook her head, refusing to share what it was that had spooked her so badly. Instead, she looked up at Ichigo pleadingly. Please, save him. That power, why would you let anyone have to go through that? Because it may be needed later. Other dangers that Soul Society will require every able warrior for, approach. Yes, it is cruel. But it is necessary. Ichigo returned his gaze to the kneeling form of Kurosaki Ichigo. I believe your brother will survive this. Names are part of what defines who we are. Let us watch him live up to his name. Ichigo watched Aayumu approach with dull eyes, not bothering to move. What was the point? His arms had no strength left to them. He recalled his challenge. Do you have the strength to break my resolve? Apparently Aayumu did, in fact, have that power. Ichigo had lost. Even if he somehow, incredibly, managed to defeat Aayumu and seal him, what did it matter? Ichigo was poison. His own mother, whom he loved so terribly, had suffered and suffered because of him. His friends, who had lived their lives without knowledge or care of the afterlife, had been brought in because of him, had risked their lives over and over again for the things Ichigo cared about. So, maybe Aayumu had the right plan. A world without suffering. If it meant that Masaki would live again, if it meant that she would never suffer again, then Ichigo was ready to let Aayumu win. Pathetic. All the world's hopes on you, and you break as soon as you lose one person important to you. Aayumu grabbed Ichigo by his coat and lifted him off the ground easily. I expected more from you. I spent all this time letting Zenai build you up, allowing him to prepare you. You were meant to be strong. He was. But why? Oh. Right. Aayumu wanted Yamamoto and Ichigo to lead the assault on Soul Society, so Aayumu could stay safe in his own world. Ichigo vaguely registered that was important, but he couldn't dredge up the energy to care. And you had such promise, too. A human using Shinigami and hollow powers in conjunction. And the potential for Quincy abilities too. Aayumu sighed. Of course, I knew you would die here. That was inevitable. When you resurrected, bound to me but longing for vengeance, I would have been able to set you after the Reo with the promise of bringing her back if you succeeded in killing him. But now I see that you are too weak. So I wonder what I should do with you. I could hang you prominently next to the gate, I suppose, a nice little reminder to all the newcomers of the folly of fighting me. But then there's the chance that you'll regain your resolve and come to fight me again. Or perhaps set up a little band of rebels, and you know that would just be a pain to deal with. He lifted Ichigo higher now. I suppose the prudent thing to do is to kill you and see if Zenai takes control when you come back. I could use him. With his other hand, as if in slow motion, Aayumu readied Asahi no Kagami. Ichigo didn't even look at it. He had failed to protect his mother, failed to save her. Despite having more power at his command than he could have ever imagined possible a year ago, he had failed the second chance that so few people got. So, maybe the problem was with him. Him, Kurosaki Ichigo, the entity in charge of all that power. Maybe he was too soft. Maybe Cazador or Zenai would have done a better job. Ichigo fought down the mad urge to laugh. Maybe. Of course they would have. Cazador was the embodiment of his instinct, of his hollow side. Cazador wouldn't have settled for Ajuchas, he'd have gone straight for Vastolord, and DMN the consequences. That power might have made the difference. And Zenai. Zenai wasn't enchained to the morals, the humanity that Ichigo clung to so desperately. He would have done what was necessary. He would have taken Aayumu's offer from the beginning and traded the pure soul for Masaki, and then trained like mad to rescue the pure soul. Failing then would hurt, but not as much as losing Masaki. If he died, and returned in hell, odds were pretty good that Zenai would take over. Zenai would do what was necessary to protect Ichigo's loved ones. Who knows, maybe he'd manage to resurrect Masaki from the desert as a Togabito, or convince Aayumu to do so as a reward. Aayumu had just suggested it not even a minute ago as a reward for killing the Reo. Zenai would take that deal in a heartbeat. But for now, Masaki was gone, and it was all Ichigo's fault. Whether it was the strength or the mindset, Ichigo didn't have the power to keep his loved ones safe from hell. He knew that now. All Ichigo wanted now was to rest, to retreat so far into his own soul that he couldn't feel this pain anymore. Let Zenai use their power as he wished. Let Cazador consume him, if he desired. Just, let it end. Let the pain end. Asahi no Kagami pierced his chest, and Ichigo allowed himself a small smile. Soon he'd feel nothing at all. Don't die, Ichigo. Yuzu. Let me go. Isshin screamed, struggling with all his might against the invisible bindings that Ichigo had placed upon him. Let me go, DMNU. Can't you see my son is dying? Apparently thinking exactly the same thing, Karen leapt into the air and snapped off a powerful kick to Ichigo's head. With absolutely no physical reaction. Ichigo's gaze met hers as she landed on the ground, scowling. I understand your anger, the leader of the royal guards murmured. However, He was interrupted by the sound of several Zanpakuto leaving their sheaths. We're going, Rukia announced, her voice as cold as her blade. And you will allow us, leader of the royal guard. After all, you are commanded by royal edict not to interfere, until the situation has escalated beyond that which the Gotei 13 and its allies can handle, are you not? Ichigo's perpetual smile became rather grim. You are correct. However, there is a complication. If you declare that you are still capable of handling the situation, then I am unable to aid you in any fashion until you have died. You would not even be able to rescue your friend, as Aayumu would easily detect your presence the moment you step into his world. In his current state, Kurosaki Ichigo would be killed instantly. Hitsugaya growled lowly. And what would you have us do instead? Concede that you are at present unable to handle the situation, Ichigo told him bluntly. Acknowledge that it has cost Yamamoto Sotecho and Urahara Kisuke their lives, and that you are ultimately incapable of stopping Aayumu. If you do so, then the moment Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu lowers to something that is incapable of harming Aayumu, then I am enabled to rescue him. And what about now? Shinji asked bitingly. What about now, when Kurosaki has a sword in his Fenji chest? Completely ignored by everyone else, Kurosaki Yuzu stared in horror at her brother, who was incomprehensibly smiling. She couldn't just sit there and watch this. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't bear to see that expression on her big brother's face, couldn't endure the sight of Aayumu plunging his sword through her brother's chest. The concept that her brother was going to die, now, like this. Don't die, Ichigo. Yuzu screamed, tears streaming from her face. Yuzu. Karen's eyes went wide. Did you just hear that? She breathed. Hear what? Ishin asked bitterly. Yuzu ignored the two of them. Please, Oniai-chan, don't die, she sobbed. I'm sorry, Yuzu. It's Ichigo, Karen explained to her father quickly, not noticing how everyone else had suddenly gone quiet, or how Ichigo's smile had grown even wider. I don't know how, but he can hear Yuzu. Now be quiet so I can hear him too. Ishin blinked, opened his mouth to argue, but looked at Yuzu and promptly shut his mouth. Please. Yuzu begged, simultaneously grateful for the miracle of getting through to her big brother and desperate to keep him alive. Please, Oniya-chan. I know it hurts. We're all hurting right now, but we know that you tried your hardest. None of us blame you. You should. Ichigo's voice was getting quieter, and Yuzu stared in horror as his smile seemed to become a little fonder. I'm glad I could speak with you, in the end. You always were the one who kept our family together. I can entrust my heart to you. Karen's eyes went wide, and her gaze met Yuzu's. Yuzu's eyes had gone completely white, just like when Karen activated her eyes of the oracle. Acting on instinct, Karen leapt for and snatched Yuzu's hand, holding it like a lifeline. Don't you dare die, Ichigo. Karen yelled. Karen. If anything, Ichigo's small smile grew a little wider. To have the chance to talk to both my sisters. I guess Kami-sama took pity on me at last. Karen choked a sob down. Don't talk like that, Ichigo. You're not allowed to die. Listen, Karen. I need you to protect our family, alright? I'm afraid it doesn't look like I'll be able to anymore. Just do your best. I can't replace you, Ichigo. Karen retorted, wiping tears from her eyes. I can't. You have to come back. I'm not strong enough to protect us yet. And even if I was, even then I would still want you protecting me. And me, Yuzu agreed, squeezing Karen's hand tighter. You've always been our protector, and we still need you. We still need Ichigo, he who protects. Despite not saying anything, both sisters could sense Ichigo's resolve weakening. That's right. Karen jumped on the tactic. All your life you fought to live up to that name. We need you. So please don't die, Ichigo. Please. You're my number one big brother. Please. You're my number one big brother. What could he say to that? How could he reject his sisters when they were literally begging him to protect them? He couldn't. His life's purpose was to protect. And even though he had failed to protect their mother, Ichigo's humanity still compelled him. Thus was his soul bound, and thus was his will binding. Ichigo's eyes closed. There was only one thing to do, then. He had to win. Despite how despair drowned his soul with frigid rain, despite how much he loathed himself, his sisters were counting on him. Ichigo's eyes opened in his inner world. Standing mere feet away from him on a rapidly crumbling skyscraper, staring back at him silently were the rain-soaked forms of Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna. And then Tensa Zangetsu was in Ichigo's face, his expression a mask of anger and hurt. Ichigo, never give up again. No matter how you despair, no matter how bleak things seem, do not give up on life. All I have ever wanted was to protect you, and you being willing to throw it all away because of a setback is. For once, the Bankai spirit seemed at a loss for words, trying and failing to find the right expression to express his outrage. A setback? Ichigo breathed, his own rage rising to the surface. You dare call my mother's death a setback? Yes, I do. Tensa Zangetsu argued fiercely. After all that we have grown and learned, do you still believe it possible that a soul can be so easily destroyed? The soul of Kurosaki Masaki still exists. Even if her form has crumbled to sand, she can be brought back. You can't know that. Ichigo roared at him. And even if it were possible, this is Aayumu's world. Even Shuren, a Tagabito who carried a piece of Aayumu's power, could not resurrect my mother from the lava pool. Who aside from Aayumu could raise her from the desert? Well, then we have a plan, don't we? Cazador spoke up casually from a few feet to the side. If only Aayumu has the power, then the answer's simple, take the power from him. Ichigo staggered back as if physically slapped. What? Cazador shook his head pityingly. Come on, King. Use your brain. Your mom's a Quincy. That means you are too. So what? Quincy's can absorb power, you moron. That means you can too. If you're capable of binding people with your chains, capable of manipulating their Ryuryoku with your own, what exactly stops you from simply taking his Ryuryoku and figuring it out? Ichigo didn't see the sharp look that Tensa Zangetsu gave the hollow spirit. He was too stunned by the possibility. Could he actually do that? Could the answer really be that simple? It made sense, too much sense to ignore. His chains were a nearly perfect conduit for his Ryuryoku. Could he truly tear Aayumu's Ryuryoku away from him with them? And yet. Ichigo's face contorted somewhat, uncomfortable. If he failed at that, then that would mean that truly only Aayumu would be able to bring her back. And there would be no way to force him. He didn't want to get his hopes up, because then the pain would be fresh all over again if he failed. No, it'd be even worse. Besides, hope seemed like a bad idea, Aayumu was so strong. If Ichigo kept even the slimmest hope that he could still save his mother, he would get distracted. He'd try a technique he'd never used, a technique whose consequences he didn't know, a technique he didn't even know could work, in the hope to save her. Wouldn't it be better to simply accept that he'd failed her? No matter how callous it was, no matter how much it tore at his heart, wouldn't it be better for him to write off his mother as a casualty instead of blindly trying to save everyone? If he let her go, then Ichigo could do what had to be done without being tempted by Aayumu's offers to bring her back. If he accepted her demise, then he could fight Aayumu without sabotaging himself by trying something he'd never done before. If he killed his heart, Ichigo could seal Aayumu until the end of days. Ichigo could learn to live with the pain he felt right now. He knew he could do that. After all, he'd lived with the knowledge that he was directly responsible for the death of his mother for years. If he made the decision to let Masaki's soul remain in hell, he would hate himself forever, and his sisters probably would too. He'd welcome their hate as well-deserved punishment. But if he allowed himself to hope, to try once again to save his mother, if doing that ended in him falling to hell, failing to protect everyone else, no. No, it was too much. He couldn't take that risk. Ichigo couldn't risk losing what was left of his family. And yet. It was selfish. Absolutely pathetic. Foolish to the utmost. He knew that. But Ichigo's heart continued to scream, demanding he not let his mother go. Not now, not after all he'd done, not after finally having her back after all these years. What was the right answer? Was there a right answer? No. There was no right answer. No matter what choice Ichigo made, his heart would die, either from knowingly condemning his mother to eternity to hell, or from purposely endangering the rest of his family further in order to rescue her. It was an impossible decision. How could he make that choice? His mother, Ichigo knew, would gladly have sacrificed her soul for her family. She would insist that Ichigo forget her if it meant that he and his sisters would live. But Ichigo also knew his sisters, had witnessed the changes in them after Masaki had died, had seen their absolute joy of seeing her again after Ichigo had rescued her from Aizen. They too would insist that it was worth the risk, that Masaki didn't deserve eternity in hell. They would absolutely forgive him for putting the world, at a little more risk to save her. The rain fell a little harder, and the skyscraper he stood upon began crumbling even faster. Ichigo bowed his head, unknowing of the concerned but grim expressions that Zangetsu and Cazador shared. If there was no right answer, what answer could he live with? If Ichigo was forced to balance one soul, no matter how precious to him, against the fate of every soul in the living world, in Hueco Mundo, in Soul Society. Ichigo turned his face to the sky of his soul. He knew there were no answers, divine or otherwise, there. He knew what he had to do. Oh, for F's sake, Cazador groaned. You're being stupid. Ichigo's eyes shot towards him. How am I being stupid? He demanded in a low voice. You're being stupid because you're hurting yourself when you don't need to. Cazador's expression softened just a little. Listen. I get it, King, the hollow spirit told him quietly, approaching. Truly, I do. I am a hollow. More than that, I am your hollow. I was born of your heart. I know the taste of your despair, your fear, more than anyone else ever could. You're afraid of losing everyone, everything, if you try to save your mother. But you can't let her go. And you shouldn't. No doubt you've considered that attempts to save your mother will hinder your attempts to seal Aayumu, Tensa Zangetsu commented. But you have forgotten something important. You knew before what I am, tell me again. Ichigo lowered his eyes. My vision of true strength. An ideal to chase. Correct. And what emotions empower me? My determination. My courage. My resolve. Ichigo's eyes lit in understanding. My hope. If I try to save her, then I'm stronger than if I give up. Trying to save Mom doesn't hurt everyone else's chances, it helps them. Yes. I will not let your hope die, Ichigo. I will not allow your heart to drown in the bleak rain of eternal despair and self-loathing. As long as you believe in me, I will protect you and give you the power to protect those you love. And as long as you accept me, I will fight at your side and give you the power to win, Cazador continued. It's an endless cycle, King. Your soul gives us strength, and we share it with you. Together, we can win. Ichigo wanted to hope again, could practically feel the emotion trying to grasp his soul once again. But he had to ask one burning question. You told me once that you were a pragmatic man. You and Cazador know my capabilities, my potential, probably better than I do. Tell me the truth, is there really a chance to save her, and defeat Aayumu? Could Cazador's plan to take his Ryuryoku work? Tensa Zangetsu met Ichigo's gaze without flinching. Yes. It is indeed within our power to tear Aayumu's power from him. But only if you can find within yourself the strength to hope. Hope is scary, Cazador admitted, but that's how life is. To give up hope is to give up on yourself, on your ideals. As long as you fight, there is hope. And as long as there is hope, you must fight. Ichigo closed his eyes as the words washed over him. Hope gives birth to the will to fight. The will to fight gives birth to hope. To give up one was to abandon the other. Of course. Hadn't he known that from the very beginning? Even before he had become a Shinigami, even before his spiritual might had been determined by the strength of his resolve, hadn't he known? Even before the Grand Fisher had consumed his mother, hadn't he known? He'd taken up martial arts because he hoped to protect those he cared about. He'd known even at that young age that hope and will went hand in hand. The rain continued to fall, yet it felt lighter as Ichigo made his decision: he would fight once more. Not simply to protect his still-living sisters, nor to safeguard the living world, though they would have served to motivate him regardless. But for his mother's soul, there was nothing he would not do, no depths to which he would not sink, no sky that he would not tear asunder. Kurosaki Masaki would be saved. And for his part in harming Ichigo's family, Aayumu would suffer for eternity. That was a promise. Aayumu was watching his opponent bleed out, disgusted with how the fight had turned out. He had chosen a relatively slow death, just in case Kurosaki Ichigo rediscovered his resolve, and instead he was smiling, accepting his death. How utterly pathetic. Wait. Aayumu blinked. The boy's eyes had suddenly changed. His left eye had hollowified once again, and both eyes were glowing bright with power. Yes. Aayumu smiled. There was his resolve. Suddenly, Ichigo was wreathed in black fire, and Aayumu quickly withdrew his arm and Asahi no Kagami to keep from being hurt by it. He stepped backward several paces to give himself some distance. Ichigo felt his mask rematerialize as his body entered resurrection. The stab wound through his chest that he'd suffered was gone, overwritten by his hollow hole. Yet it was not enough. This form had failed to slay Aayumu, had failed to keep Ichigo from falling into true despair. And the hollow within knew it. The black flames of Ryatsu continued to engulf him, obscuring the entirety of Ichigo's form save his glowing eyes and horns, waiting for what? It was then that he felt it, a cold spark of power within his spirit. Deep in the depths of his soul, where despair had ripped a hole in his heart, there was power if Ichigo would only take it. Terrible power that tasted of rain and mud and blood and death, a monstrous power that reverberated with the sound of a little boy's broken screams from a wound that had never healed. Without hesitation, Ichigo reached for it, willing to accept any changes it wrought if it would only help him. This time would be different. This time he would save her. Without warning, Ichigo's Ryatsu flared and pulsed outwards, rippling across the desert, sending sand searing through the air in every direction. Aayumu's sight of his foe was obscured for a few moments, and when the air was clear once more, he was surprised to see that Kurosaki Ichigo was changed. This was not the resurrection Aayumu had been fighting. Ichigo's Bankai coat was open, revealing his hollow hole and markings. The hole had widened slightly, and the markings were no longer solid lines. They now appeared to be chain patterns, flowing to points where Aayumu could not see under Ichigo's Bankai coat. Aayumu's curiosity was stoked when he observed that literal chains were hanging from Ichigo's wrists and ankles, much like some of his own Tagabido. Yet, he could not feel any connection through the chains of hell. No, these chains were somehow purely Ichigo's. The chains were attached to deadly-looking bands that seemed to have grown at an angle away of Ichigo's bone-white skin. The outermost edges gleamed with a sharpness that could almost be heard. Aayumu could just make out that there were some decorations on those bands, circles with varying amounts of ruby and pitch composing them. Aayumu's eyes gleamed when he realized that they were depicting the phases of the moon. There was also a band around Ichigo's neck, though this one seemed flush with his skin. Aayumu was intrigued by what appeared to be a tiny multifaceted blue gem centered over a yin-yang symbol depicted proudly upon the front of that band. The purpose of the gem eluded Aayumu's understanding, but the symbol was easy enough, a balanced symbiosis between Ichigo's hollow and Shinigami powers. And then Aayumu's eyes reached Ichigo's face. There was no mask. Ichigo's face was uncovered, and yet the bone-white horns remained. Though they were slightly smaller than before, the horns were seemingly attached directly to Ichigo's skull as if they'd grown there naturally. And something about that sent a chill up Aayumu's spine. Perhaps it was that the horns gave Ichigo's appearance a faintly demonic impression. Perhaps it was the realization that Ichigo's soul no longer cared to hide his identity behind a mask as all hollows do. Perhaps it was the chain patterns that crept up Ichigo's neck and face and stopped when they met his eyes. His eyes. Aayumu could not help but stare at his opponent's eyes. They had changed. Before, they'd been full of defeat, of despair. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo's mismatched eyes seemed to be overflowing, glowing with an unholy light filled with raw, unfettered hate and a lust for vengeance so thick it was almost tangible. It was a look that Aayumu had seen uncountable times, and yet to see that expression on Ichigo's face. Aayumu smiled. Ichigo's next words echoed in the absolute silence that had descended, both in the living world and in hell. Resurrection, Segunda Etapa. Chapter 81, Vengeance. He should have eaten her when he had the chance. Ichigo knew that he should feel sick at even thinking the thought. He knew he should have been repulsed by the very idea, but now it sounded like a rather good idea. If he'd consumed his mother's soul, then she would not be trapped in hell. He would have been able to materialize her as he had Zangetsu, and summoned her back when she was in trouble. She would have been safe from the machinations of soul society, safe from the crushing grip of hell. Perhaps when he was done here, he should take in the souls of the rest of his family. Yuzu and Karen were too weak to defend themselves properly. Wasn't it his duty as the big brother to protect them? Ichigo had already proven that he couldn't protect them well enough all the time. If they instead resided within his own soul, then he wouldn't need to worry. On the other hand, that would pose problems with his friends and the Godiaim. It was something to think about. But for the moment, he had more pressing matters. Namely, his mother's murderer, who was smiling. "What's so funny?" he asked in a pseudo-calm voice. "Oh, it's not amusement," Aayumu corrected. "I'm pleased. With your sheer power, and my chains granting you effective immortality, a victory over soul society, over the Reo is virtually guaranteed. Fortune must have smiled on me, to have this opportunity to capture your soul. You should be careful what you call a fortunate opportunity. Your luck could run out." With that said, Ichigo's black Ryatsu engulfed him, his mismatched eyes glowing brightly. And then he vanished. Aayumu's eyes went wide, barely bringing Asahi no Kagami up in time to block Tensa Zangetsu. But the force of the impact sent him flying headfirst across the desert. Ichigo took chase, sprinting across the sand, passing Aayumu and twisting around to give him a brutal kick. As Aayumu hurtled upwards, Ichigo's left hand snapped up, and out rocketed several chains, twisting and winding around each other until they caught Aayumu's leg. Instantly, Ichigo swung down hard, altering Aayumu's trajectory so he would crash hard into the sands. Flaring his Ryatsu, Aayumu managed to stop himself just before he would have impacted, spitting something inaudible from that distance. Electricity arced its way down the chains towards Ichigo. Ichigo released the chains and vanished, reappearing a split second later right behind Aayumu. His left hand lashed out and grabbed Aayumu by the back of his head and shoved his face into the sand hard enough to leave a crater. Then he twisted around and flung Aayumu up into the air at high speed. It was only a few seconds later when Aayumu managed to right himself, but a moment later he was on his knees in midair, clutching at his heart with wide eyes. An impossibly large Gran Rey Zero, several meters wide, was ripping through the air just a few meters from the ground. Ripping was indeed the right word, as it was tearing an enormous gash through Aayumu's world. But Aayumu did not have time to do anything about that, as chains stabbed into, through, and around his wrists and ankles from behind. "Get over here!" Ichigo roared, pulling with all his might even as he began dashing at the cliff that would lead up to the next level. He halted mere feet away from the cliff, but Aayumu had no such option and crashed into it at high speed, gasping out blood. "Focus, Ichigo. Feel his Ryoryoku. Feel it, and we shall take it." Ichigo could feel it, the Ryoryoku that naturally flowed through the body to emerge at the vents located in the wrist and ankles. Instead of pushing past it with his own Ryuryoku, as Shinigami sealing required, Ichigo instead tried to pull it to himself. But his grasp of his enemy's Ryuryoku was clumsy. He felt Tensa Zangetsu reach and touch his consciousness, guiding him, and instantly the connection solidified and Ryuryoku began to flow into him. Aayumu swore and violently twisted, using Asahi no Kagami to destroy the chain connected to his right wrist. Blood sprayed for a moment before the wound closed up, but Aayumu was still moving, slicing at Ichigo, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by Tensa Zangetsu. Oh. Recovered from the effects of that Gran Rei Zero, he asked in a faux affable manner. I was hoping for more opportunity to vent. And with that, he shoved his left fist into Ayumu's solar plexus. Aayumu was sent diagonally upwards, tearing through stone and rock, carving a new path through the cliff. A moment later, he managed to right himself, but the sight of Kurosaki Ichigo with another Gran Rei Zero fully powered and aimed right at him made him abandon the idea of trying a more offensive approach. The King of Hell rapidly began chanting as quickly as he dared, giving his left hand a neon blue glow. Gran Rei Zero. The gigantic black beam of destruction tore through space, obliterating tons upon tons of rock as it thundered towards Aayumu, who finished whispering a few last words of his spell and flung his glowing hand up. In front of him a very large circle materialized. The Gran Rei Zero hit it without resistance, but when Ichigo felt his own attack rocketing towards him from behind, he cut himself off and Sonido-ed away. The attack faded shortly, and Aayumu took the opportunity to blast his way out of the cliff and into some open space, just in time for Ichigo to attack him directly from beneath him with a Getsuga Tensho. Aayumu was able to bring Asahi no Kagami up in time to block, but Ichigo kept pushing, propelling him upwards and backwards out of the desert level of hell. Having had quite enough of the deadlock, Ichigo fired a bala from his horns, hitting Aayumu directly in the face. Despite them being nowhere near as powerful as his Zero, Aayumu was instantly thrown backwards from it, burns covering his face for a few moments before his healing factor kicked in. Not that Ichigo was in the mood to let him heal. 6 chains materialized from his left hand and lunged for Aayumu, who leapt backwards and began rapid-firing a spell that kept disintegrating his chains. But in his preoccupation, he lost sight of Ichigo, who promptly appeared behind the King of Hell and performed an absolutely brutal spin kick, launching Aayumu into a rather large pool of lava. Leaping out of the lava only a second later, his clothes practically destroyed, Ayumu's body was steaming but otherwise apparently unharmed. Ichigo was starting to get really set off at that Fenji constant healing. Cazador. How do you counter high-speed regeneration? Our specialty, overwhelming force. Destroy the vital organs, the inner hollow answered instantly. Avoid the heart, lungs and brain, Tensa Zangetsu advised. We need him alive to drain his power. Then go for something crippling but not immediately lethal. Stomach, intestines, liver. That'll tie up most forms of regeneration for a bit, since vital organs are complex. Got it. The chance to inflict some major, well-deserved pain onto the BSTRD who'd murdered his mother in front of him. He was all over that. The cruel smile that stretched across his face seemed to unnerve Aayumu slightly if his shifting into a more solid defensive stance was any measure. Not that it would do any good. He took a step forward and blurred into motion, creating a half-dozen speed clones that circled around Aayumu. In response, Aayumu materialized a wicked-looking scimitar and prepared himself. It was complete chaos. The sound of steel on steel was deafening, with dozens of strikes per second as Ichigo attempted to break through Ayumu's defense. Aayumu was moving differently from before, he was now suddenly capable of outright blocking Ichigo's attacks, and his speed had increased significantly. Ichigo could only think that the scimitar had some special ability, something that boosted Ayumu's physical abilities. It didn't matter. Ichigo had more than Zanjutsu at his disposal. Ayumu's eyes went wide when suddenly Ichigo returned to circling around him. And then all of the images raised their left hands at him, their fingertips sparking with electricity. Byakurai. Aayumu leapt upwards, trying to avoid the piercing electrical attacks, only to suddenly lack both arms as Tensa Zangetsu cut them off from behind. Twisting his head, he saw another Ichigo, the real Ichigo, with a far too wide eager smile on his face. It was only at that instant that he saw that Ichigo's other hand was wreathed in purple flame. Sheet. Too late. Ichigo plunged his Heian-covered fist into Ayumu's gut, punching through and emerging through Ayumu's belly. With his arm buried in Ayumu's innards, he once again began to take Ayumu's Ryuryoku. It wasn't a very fast flow, but Ichigo was willing to bet that by the end of this battle he'd be significantly better at it. Aayumu coughed up blood. Just, die, already. Ichigo's eyes went wide as he suddenly sensed danger, ripped his arm out of Ayumu's body and managed to Sonido a few meters away just before Ayumu's body exploded, sending bone and gore flying in all directions. Tensa Zangetsu blurred into motion, annihilating through anything that came close. That was close. He has a vast variety of powers at his disposal. Do not underestimate him. Yeah, he's strong. But that'll make crushing him so much sweeter, king. Ichigo agreed wholeheartedly, but refocused, Aayumu would be reforming any second. If he wasn't a complete idiot, he'd be trying some powerful ranged attack since Ichigo was capable of dominating the fight up close. Yet it couldn't be too far, or the strength of the attack would be diminished, and accuracy could become a problem. He looked around analytically and saw a small outcropping slightly higher up, where the light of the lava created a shadow. Yeah, if Ichigo was trying to snipe Aayumu, that would be a good spot. Wait, was that a glint? He Sonido-ed to the point and frowned. There was no one there. Had he imagined it? He turned around, and was startled to see the glow of lava reflecting off a lens a few inches off the ground several meters away. He leapt to the side just in time for a bullet to pass by his ear. Sheet. He had to take care of that weapon quickly. Ichigo vanished and reappeared only feet away from a camouflaged Aayumu, who promptly abandoned the sniper rifle and blocked Tensa Zangetsu with Asahi no Kagami, using the force from the blow to propel himself a few dozen meters away, giving himself some distance. Taking only a moment to conjure the purple flame of Heido 54, Heian, Ichigo flung the spell at the sniper rifle, destroying it. Then he returned his attention to Aayumu just in time to see the ruler of the demise send a bolt of lightning at him. With the sheer speed granted him by his Bankai, Ichigo brought Tensa Zangetsu up and unleashed a Getsuga Tensho, which carved through the spell and rocketed through the distance to Aayumu. Aayumu flashed away with a burst of speed, but then Ichigo materialized right behind him, having expected that very thing. His eyes glittering with anticipation, Ichigo swung with his sword horizontally, separating Ayumu's upper torso and head from the rest of his body. As everything below the King of Hell's ribcage collapsed in a bloody mass, Ichigo's left hand grabbed Aayumu by the neck and held him in the air as Ichigo once again began to absorb his enemy's Ryuryoku. Their eyes met, and whatever Aayumu saw reflected in Ichigo's eyes made him shiver. No, he realized as Ayumu's neck dropped below the temperature around him. It was more than that. He was using an ice attack. Ichigo hurled the soon-to-be corpse away, just giant jagged bloody ice blades erupted all over Ayumu's body. Ichigo's hand was hit, sliced deeply by one of the blades, but it healed after a moment. Not for the first time, he was glad that one of his hollow abilities was high-speed regeneration. Even so, the fact that Aayumu kept using explosive suicide techniques was very irksome. How was he supposed to keep Aayumu from doing that? Did you ever think to, I dunno, use FNG Bakudo? Ichigo blinked, then mentally kicked himself. That should have been obvious. Bakudo were meant to not only halt movement, but restrict Ryuryoku flow. But would it interfere with trying to absorb Ayumu's Ryuryoku? To a limited extent, but at this point I doubt you will notice a difference. Fair enough. Feeling a slight tremor under his feet, Ichigo leapt up just in time to avoid being skewered by a rock spear. Then he began dashing about at high speed to avoid them as dozens formed and started hurling themselves through the air. Where was Aayumu? After a few seconds, Ichigo spotted him, camouflaged again, but the dull green glow from where he was kneeling with his hands against the stone gave him away. Snagging one of the spears in midair, he hurled it at Aayumu. Aayumu didn't bother to move at all, and a large stone wall appeared between them, blocking the spear easily. Ichigo raised an eyebrow as he dodged yet another few spears. So that was how he wanted to play it? Fine. Ichigo charged up another Gran Rey Zero as he easily danced between the spears, but it was while he was leaping to one side that he saw something that surprised him. Above him. Those spears that Aayumu had been using. Aayumu had never released control of a single one. There was now over 1,000 of the demise spears in the air, and they were all pointed right at him. As if his noticing was the trigger for the spell, they suddenly began coming right at him. There would be no dodging that many at once. He would simply have to destroy them all. Ichigo smirked and swung Tensa Zangetsu with all his might. Even without unleashing a Getsuga, the sheer pressure from his swing crushed an uncountable number of the spears. Aayumu was a fool. Ichigo's sword swings had destroyed mountains as a side effect of blocking Aizen's attack. Nameless spears made of mere stone had no hope of surviving a direct attack. Something tickled at Ichigo's senses, and Ichigo frowned as he dodged yet another stone spear. The invasion force was getting worn down. They'd probably be overrun soon, and then the Togabito would be back in the living world. Really? Did he have to do everything himself? He sighed, glancing at where Aayumu still hadn't moved. With any luck, Aayumu would still be recovering from Ichigo's next attack by the time the wizard was through upstairs. Flashing away from another stone spear attacking from underneath, Ichigo fired the Gran Rey Zero straight up, creating an enormous black column of sheer annihilation. Soifun looked at the oncoming army grimly. More Togabito were approaching from one of the nearby islands. There was without a doubt a Togabito spawn point, but it was impossible to get close. The Shinigami forces were strained to the limit just trying to keep the portal site from enemy hands. In all honesty, Soifun wasn't sure how much longer they could last. Madarame, moderately wounded, was being tended to by Kotetsu Fukatecho. Zaraki fared somewhat better, likely due to his immense Ryatsu providing a better defense. Iba Fukatecho was obviously worn out, though uninjured. Kamamura was nearly exhausted from maintaining his Bankai for so long. Soifun herself was in a similar state. Jakuho Reikaben was meant to be fired once every 3 days at most, but so far she'd needed to fire it twice. Much as she hated to admit it, Soifun was thankful that Kurosaki had had the foresight to bring along a healer. Kotetsu's healing Kido was capable of restoring their Ryuryoku, though she was not skilled enough to completely eliminate fatigue. It was only because of Kotetsu's healing that they were capable of holding the site. Even so, the Togabito assault was endless. Even with a healer, they could not fight forever. How much longer? Yamamoto Sotecho, Yorochi-sama, even that BSTRD Urahara Kisuke was dead, and yet the Zero Division had not stepped in, not even after Kurosaki had explicitly asked for them. Did they all have to die before the Reo would send help? It didn't matter. Soifun knew her duty, to follow Yamamoto Sotecho's last command, to protect the living world. She would stay as long as she had to, even if it meant her own death. But, why hadn't Aayumu come to wipe them out yet? The last communication she'd heard from outside of Hell had consisted of Kachiki Rukia and Kurosaki Ishin begging Kurosaki Ichigo to get up. Presumably he was dead. As if summoned by her thoughts, a gigantic pillar of black destruction erupted from beneath the sea, between the Shinigami forces and the Togabito army. The attack faded after a few moments, but then a very recognizable figure appeared in midair. Kurosaki. What, where? Madarame demanded. Then, answering his own question, he spotted Kurosaki standing in the air. Ha! What's he doing here? Is Aayumu sealed yet? Kurosaki raised his sword in the air, charging up for an attack. And then he swung down, his voice like thunder. Getsuga Tensho. A monstrously huge black Getsuga fired, crashing down on the enemy island like the wrath of a god. And then the island was gone. Obliterated. There wasn't even rubble anymore, it was as though the island had simply ceased to be, along with everyone on it. Holy F-, Madarame commented. Soifun, despite herself, had to agree. And then Kurosaki was suddenly only a few feet away, looking around. Seems like you all have survived. Good. Is Aayumu sealed? Madarame demanded. Did you beat that bstrd? Kurosaki's gaze locked onto Soifun's face. I haven't succeeded in sealing him yet. Sensed you needed some help. About to go back and resume the fight. Anything you need before I... Kurosaki's eyes went wide and he twisted around just in time to block a strike from Aayumu, who had a malicious smirk. Bankai. Shinkyo no Zenhansha. A brilliant light encompassed them all. When Ichigo could see again, he was standing in his inner world again, looking at a woman. A very beautiful woman, dressed in a dress of shimmering silver, her hair a blonde that bordered on white. But she did not belong, he knew that in an instant. At once, Cazador de la Luna and Tensa Zangetsu appeared at either side of him, ready to eject the intruder, but Ichigo held his hand up, motioning them to hold fast. Shinkyo no Zenhansha, I assume. You assume correctly, the foreign Zanpakuto spirit confirmed. Why are you here? And what do you want? The answer to that requires some explanation. Thankfully, time here flows more quickly than outside. Then speak. Shinkyo no Zenhansha bowed her head lightly in a form of respect. My ability is an expansion upon Asahi no Kagami. I too use illusions to break a person's will to fight. However, instead of focusing on a singular emotion or idea, I instead take my victim's strongest motivations. I take them to their extreme, and lock the victim into an illusion inside their mind to witness the consequences and fight their counterpart. I see, Tensa Zangetsu mused aloud. But you could not do that with Ichigo, due to his experiences with Zenai. He has already fought the manifestation of his strongest motivations, and understood their potential consequences. Exactly. I can be used precisely once on any soul, as long as their motivation remains the same. Shinkyo smirked. But how do you think Zenai was born? Why was Zenai able to wield Asahi no Kagami? It was not Aayumu's Ryuryoku that created him. It was mine. Ichigo's eyes opened wide in surprise, before he narrowed them again in suspicion. You wanted this to happen. You wanted Aayumu to use you against me. No, the Zanpakuto spirit denied unexpectedly. It was merely insurance. You remind me greatly of my wielder as he once was. It was for that reason that I, as Asahi no Kagami, conveyed those memories of Aayumu's past when my blade met Tensa Zangetsu's. She nodded at Ichigo's Bankai spirit. I wanted you to understand him, to try to change his mind, return him to that man, the man who could see that perfection itself is flawed, because it is stagnant, unwilling to grow or change. What purpose is a reflection if it never changes? I created Zenai within your spirit so that in the event that you failed and Aayumu used me against you, there would still be a chance to save humanity. Ichigo's expression softened minutely. Thank you. It can't have been an easy decision to go against your wielder. Shinkyo shook her head in agreement. No. It was not. But the price of my assistance is high, Kurosaki-sama. What is it? Destroy me. Ichigo blinked once in surprise. Shinkyo laughed lightly, prettily. You thought I would ask for Aayumu's salvation? No. I made my decisions on the motivation to redeem Aayumu. I knew the consequences. He forsook me when he refused to open his eyes beyond the partial truth he had found. And now, in saving you, I have forsaken him. Our bond is broken. I can no longer hear his voice, nor he mine. You are not a cruel man, Kurosaki Ichigo. Will you not save me from an eternity alone? Zanpakuto can have more than one wielder, Cazador pointed out idly. Are you sure you don't want to pursue that option? King here could find you someone new if you wanted. I could, yes, Shinkyo conceded. But, you do not understand. Imagine, if you can, the boy who sought to end the endless violence. Imagine his joy in learning the name and nature of his Shirkai, Asahi no Kagami. The power to bring one's insecurities out into the open for the victim to confront in a safe, controlled environment, and completely private to the victim. What a perfect way to help him heal the hearts of others. He wanted to be a psychotherapist. Yes. Shinkyo spread her arms wide. I am not a blade to be used for fighting, but for healing. So tell me, Kurosaki-sama, can you imagine the pain of failing your patients, over and over again? I have seen so many hearts. I have revealed countless horrific truths, and crushed so many well-meaning dreams and aspirations. The sheer number of people whom I have driven to despair, whom I have driven to suicide. I could only hold out hope that Aayumu would one day return to who he was. Shinkyo's smile was without even the semblance of joy. No, Kurosaki-sama. I have waited so many long years, and found only that my own dream was impossible. After all this time revealing the truths of others, I have finally seen my own truth. Even after all this, even knowing that he will never again be the man I once knew, my heart lies with Aayumu. I cannot take another wielder, even if I wish to. But I do not want Aayumu to use me as he does any longer, and I fear he will find a way to re-establish our connection. So destroy me. Do so, and it will release your companions of their illusions. Even if I destroy the blade, won't you live on in Aayumu's soul? You'll still be alone, Ichigo pointed out. Shinkyo smiled sadly, a hand lightly gesturing to her side where Ichigo could suddenly see an off-white hilt. Not for long. Ichigo closed his eyes for a moment, understanding exactly what she meant by that. Despite all the heartache and frustration he'd suffered with Zenai, Ichigo found he couldn't hate Shinkyo no Zenhansha. She had been trying her best, trying to save the one she cared for most. If there was anything he could relate to, it was that, and he had no desire to prove himself a hypocrite. Perhaps it was because he saw himself in her that his heart hurt to see her ready to end her existence, to hear her asking for his help to commit suicide. He wanted to save her. But there was nothing he could do. She could not take another wielder, and Ichigo knew that Aayumu could not be allowed to wield her again. There was only one choice to make. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then opened his eyes and nodded once, accepting her request. Thank you, Kurosaki-sama. I have one final gift for you, an answer to one of your questions. Shinkyo smiled. Your chains, they are not of Shinigami, Hollow or even Quincy origins. You have an affinity for them that you have unknowingly nurtured your whole life. Ichigo's eyes were wide. How? How did that happen? Shinkyo's smile turned into a light smirk. Bringing out the world of your heart is a road of self-discovery, Kurosaki Ichigo. It wouldn't be fair to you if I gave you all the answers. And with that, she began to glow brightly. The instant he was back in hell, Ichigo was in motion, deflecting Aayumu's incoming move easily, turning to one side so Aayumu passed by him harmlessly. With his other hand he landed a shot into Aayumu's side, feeling ribs break from the impact as Aayumu was sent flying. Oi, Ichigo. Ichigo made no move to turn to the side, recognizing Zaraki's voice as the giant of a man stepped next to him, both of them looking at where Aayumu was recovering. You made it out of Shinkyo's illusion, he observed calmly. Keh. It was stupid. I know why I fight. I know what can happen. I just don't care. I'll deal with it as it happens. Zaraki brought his sword to bear, and for the first time in Ichigo's memory, held it with both hands. I'm no good with the Kido crap, so ceiling's beyond me. But I'd like to see how I measure up. D'ya mind if I take a turn? His initial reaction was violent refusal. Ichigo needed to drain Aayumu's Ryuryoku to resurrect Masaki, but he had less noble reasons as well. Ichigo wanted to feel Ayumu's blood running hotly over his hands, wanted to see that Bstr's face twisted in helpless terror beneath Ichigo's power, wanted to make Ayumu suffer and suffer in an eternal agony until he begged for death, a death that Ichigo would categorically deny him. But before Ichigo could express how much he opposed Zaraki's request, two thoughts occurred to him. First, Ayumu's suicide techniques were annoying. Second, Ayumu's power was not solely in his body. Ichigo snorted and smirked. All right. One condition, though. If you manage to get Shinkyo no Zenhansha away from him, throw her at me. Zaraki sharply turned his head from side to side, cracking his neck. Fine with me. Ichigo watched carefully as Ayumu leapt away from Zaraki, apparently wary of the new combatant. That was fine. It would give him more time. Quincy's were capable of taking power from the air around them, but it was something Ichigo had never consciously tried, so time was a good thing to have. At least he didn't have to worry about whether there was enough of Ayumu's Ryoryoku in the air. Since this was hell, Ayumu's dimension, Ayumu's power should be plentiful, especially considering how long the king of hell had been fighting Yamamoto, Urahara, and Ichigo himself. Under Tensa Zangetsu's quiet guidance, Ichigo began drawing power from the air. It was significantly slower than taking it directly from Ayumu himself, but at least this way Ichigo didn't have to worry about self-sacrificial explosions. Still though, he was unsatisfied with how little he was able to absorb at once. Do not be concerned with the rate of absorption. All Quincy's start slow. You will become better in time. As with Shinigami abilities, you must train both your body and your mind. Ichigo silently acknowledged the point, his eyes not wavering from the fight between Zaraki and Ayumu. Honestly, Zaraki was doing far better than Ichigo would have expected. While he was plainly unable to keep up with Ayumu's sheer speed, Zaraki was crafty, and had an instinctual mastery of close combat. Ichigo watched carefully as Zaraki's as-yet nameless blade deflected countless strikes. Few slashes made it through, and the ones that did left superficial wounds. Zaraki was slower than Ayumu, that much was clear, but, somehow, Zaraki was predicting the path Ayumu's attacks before the ruler of hell could make them. He's reading his opponent's body language. Cazador's voice was slightly impressed. The tensing of muscles, the minute changes in where Ayumu's looking, Zaraki's using the small signs to see where he needs to block. Ichigo had to admit, that was rather impressive. He hadn't been too sure of Zaraki's strength, since he'd tied with the man before he'd even begun to master his Shirkai. His impression during their spar was that Zaraki had gotten stronger, but that Ichigo could still kick his butt simply by entering Bankai, or drawing his mask. Evidently he hadn't been giving the man enough credit. Ichigo's estimation of the 11th Division Taicho was rising significantly with each subsequent second of surviving Ayumu's assault. But Zaraki wasn't able to go on the attack. To someone of Zaraki's nature, that had to be infuriating. Seeing the man's face break out into a wild grin, Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Zaraki had a plan. There. Zaraki had purposely left his side open. As expected, Ayumu took that opportunity and cut moderately deeply, but that was as far as he got because Zaraki hit him with an absolutely vicious counterstrike that removed Ayumu's sword arm from his body. Zaraki then used his free arm to rip Shinkyo no Zenhansha from his side and, as promised, threw it on a collision course with Ichigo's head. Ichigo promptly swiped Shinkyo no Zenhansha in midair, holding it sideways before himself. He had a promise to keep. The wizard raised Tensa Zangetsu into the air and immediately swung, the black flame of a Getsuga rushing down the blade. Thank you, Shinkyo's voice whispered into his mind. And then Tensa Zangetsu carved through the Zanpakuto, utterly destroying it. Ayumu froze in place, his eyes wide in shock. Right then, Zaraki said softly. That was your Zanpakuto, right? I'm only starting to understand the relationship a man should have with Zanpakuto, but I'm pretty sure that Ichigo just killed someone very important to you, right in front of you. Ayumu's body began to tremble. I wonder if this is what they call karmic vengeance, Zaraki continued, his voice almost nonchalant. I mean, you killed his mom in front of him, he killed your Zanpakuto in front of you. Proportionate response, I heard it called once. His voice grew darker, and his grin turned almost sinister. But what's the point of a proportionate response? You can see it in his eyes, can't you? He's not satisfied. Who would be? The kid's going to break you. Completely and utterly. And I'm just going to sit and watch, just so I can see who I have to surpass. Aayumu let loose a scream of rage and lunged at Ichigo. Zaraki, as promised, stepped aside and made no move to stop him. You killed her. Aayumu howled as he conjured the scimitar from before in his right hand and ice blue mist around his left. Yeah, Ichigo growled out in response as he blocked the sword and used its momentum to push himself out of the path of a very large ice spike that nearly skewered him. At her request. Lies. Shinkyo wouldn't, she wouldn't leave me. She knew what we were fighting for. I don't care if you believe me or not. You wanted to turn me into someone powerful enough to stand at your level, at the level of the rail, right? Why the F, wouldn't I turn this power against you? Ichigo snarled as he slammed a Getsuga-enhanced Tensa Zangetsu against the scimitar, sending Aayumu flying. The sword in the King of Hell's hands vanished, and suddenly both hands were wreathed in blue-white fire, which he promptly aimed at Ichigo. Because I can bring your mother back, you fool. Simply become my instrument and I shall resurrect her. With that, a gigantic blue-white cyclone erupted from Aayumu's hands, aimed right for Ichigo. Ichigo didn't bother to move, and instead simply charged a Siro between his horns, firing it just before the cyclone would have hit. Their techniques battled for dominance for several seconds before Ichigo decided he was thoroughly fed up and horizontally sliced with Tensa Zangetsu, firing a silent Getsuga Tensho. Completely unprepared for it, Aayumu was suddenly parted from his legs from below the knees. The sudden shock disrupted his technique, and he fell to the ground, saving him from the Siro blast that would have taken his head off. DMNU. Ichigo was suddenly there, and without saying another word he sliced Aayumu's arms off. Then he picked up Aayumu by the BSTRD's hair and brought him up to eye level. Remembering Cazador's words about how to keep high-speed regeneration occupied, Ichigo buried Tensa Zangetsu into Aayumu's stomach and began to twist it, relishing how Aayumu's face twisted in pain as his regeneration continually healed his organs while Ichigo kept damaging them. Blood flowed warmly over Ichigo's hand, and the wizard began to smile. Look me in the eyes, Aayumu. The fact that you breathe is an unforgivable affront to me after what you have done. So this is your punishment. You will die at my hands, again and again, until I am satisfied. When you revive, you are to return directly to me. For every minute you do not appear before me, I will use a Gran Ray Zero to tear your world, your soul apart. Ichigo's eyes glittered with malice as he pushed his face closer to Aayumu's. And when I get bored of that, I will seal you with a technique of my own making, one that will leave you in eternal agony. Then I will leave you buried alive in the deepest level of this world. Your existence will be nothing. Blind, alone, in endless torment with no one to hear your screams. Now die, Aayumu. Die, and return to me for more. Ichigo's predatory smile grew even wider. Or don't return to me. The Quincy thought for years they were destroying souls. It would be rather fitting for me to destroy yours, oh so slowly. Anyways, the choice is yours. And with his smile growing even more cruel, Ichigo set Aayumu ablaze in the purple fires of Hado 54, Heian and tossed him a short distance away to avoid being hit by any suicide techniques. Ichigo's smile only widened as he listened to Aayumu's screams of pain as the man crumbled to ash. Though it had only lasted a few seconds, it had been so DMN satisfying to hear. He might have to make death by fire a regular favorite. But for the moment, he had bought a little time. And during his little speech there, he'd managed to subtly drain Aayumu of a rather nice chunk of Ryuryoku. If things went well, could perhaps bring everyone back in a few hours. Even faster if Ichigo managed to snag him in some bakudo. Ichigo frowned, he'd let his bloodlust interfere with his better judgment. He'd had a rather good opportunity just then to put Aayumu under a bakudo, but he'd completely forgotten to in favor of playing with his prey. Ichigo's frown deepened as he caught his own thinking. Segunda Etapa was definitely having some side effects on his psyche. He'd have to watch for that. But in the meantime, that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy himself while he waited. It had been, 10 or 15 seconds since Aayumu had actually finished dying. Magnanimously, Ichigo decided to give him the benefit of the doubt while the hybrid began to absorb power from the air around him again. 50. 49. 48. Chapter 82, Final Guardian. Ichigo's allies in the living world were completely silent. No one had spoken since Ichigo had revealed his Segunda Etapa. What could possibly be said? Ichigo had reached his breaking point, and had given up, just waiting for death. And then his sisters had somehow reached him, and convinced him that they still needed him, that he had to get up and fight. Seeing light return to Ichigo's eyes had given Isshin hope. Witnessing the transformation into resurrection, Segunda Etapa had taken that hope and added a sense of assured satisfaction. While he'd never heard of Segunda Etapa before, Isshin knew from long experience that whenever a weapon or person unlocked a new form, it was always more powerful than before. Given that Ichigo had been able to match Aayumu without Segunda Etapa, with it Isshin was sure that his son was going to wipe the floor with the King of Hell. He was right. Ichigo had completely dominated the fight. It appeared though that Ichigo required some form of physical contact for his sealing technique, which was problematic since Aayumu seemed capable of a variety of suicide techniques. A bakudo would be useful to handle such a complication, but as Ichigo had apparently lost his earpiece, they couldn't communicate that to him. Even so, it was fairly clear that Ichigo was winning, and would figure it out at some point. But then Ichigo had tortured Aayumu. Had promised an eternity of pain or the utter destruction of Ayumu's soul, with a smile so disturbing that even remembering it sent chills down Isshin's spine. Seeing Karen begin to tremble, Isshin put a hand on his daughter's shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly. I know Ichigo's being scary, but it's probably just an act to intimidate Aayumu, Isshin tried to rationalize. That's just it, Dad. Karen said, her soft voice shaking. She looked up at him, her eyes glowing white with the eyes of the oracle even as fresh tears made their way down her face. I want to believe that. I really do. But I can't, not when I've seen the truth for myself. It's not an act. His inner hollow isn't in control. Segunda Etapa is having an effect on him, but it only brings his desires and emotions to the surface, makes it a little more difficult to think clearly. It can't create new thoughts or desires. That true? Renji asked Okuiora, who nodded. Makes sense, Shinji commented, eyeing Ichigo critically. Hollows are creatures of instinct. Emotions and desires aren't wholly rational, and they can be difficult to understand and control. And unless I'm very much mistaken, Ichigo's rarely wanted vengeance this badly before. Honestly, I'm not truly surprised, Hitsugaya asserted, drawing attention to him. I too have someone close to me who has suffered greatly. Put myself in Kurosaki Ichigo's shoes, and her in Kurosaki Masaki's, and I am uncertain I would act differently, hollow powers or no. It was then that a certain sound broke through the conversation, silencing everyone else. Karen turned wide eyes upon her sister, whose giggles were growing progressively louder. Yuzu. You've got to turn off your power. But why, Karen-chan? Yuzu asked, her smile far too wide for a face that young. Can't you hear it? Ichigo-ai's heart. Karen, what's going on? Isshin demanded. Yuzu's power, it let her connect to Ichigo's heart, Karen explained quickly. That's how she could speak to Ichigo. But she never turned it off, and the connection goes both ways. Ichigo's heart, his emotions, are flowing back into Yuzu. And Yuzu was completely unprepared for the strength of Ichigo's pain and lust for vengeance, Isshin finished, before putting on his best authoritative father voice. Yuzu. Turn off your eyes. Now. But Dad, don't you want revenge for Mom too? Yuzu asked. Here, take my hand and you can listen too. Now Yuzu. The girl ignored him, completely enraptured by the sensations coming across the connection. It almost feels like I'm the one swinging the sword. Is this what it's like to be Ichi and I didn't know how good it feels to hurt someone who deserves it. No, can't get distracted. There's a plan, but I want to hurt Aayumu, I want to hurt him so much right now, but no, there's a plan, I have to keep to the plan, gotta take his power and bring back Mom, yes, Mom, just need to keep him distracted, can't let him know the plan, gotta hurt him so he can't figure it out, yes, make him feel my pain, make him hurt, make him scream, make him beg for mercy. She was cut off when Isshin placed a hand on her head, his fingers glowing with Kido. Yuzu collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, and Isshin caught her easily, picking her up and carrying her in his arms. Don't worry, Karen. She's just asleep. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? Renji asked disbelievingly. Ichigo's trying to take Ayumu's power to resurrect his mother. Hey, is that Aayumu? Rukia asked, interrupting the conversation and bringing attention back to where Kensei, Mashiro, and Ichigo were quietly watching the display. Yep. Mashiro chirped. Why didn't you tell us? You were busy with the kid, Kensei replied. It sounded important. As everyone rushed to get a good spot to watch, Isshin grasped Karen's shoulder. Are you okay? He asked. No, Karen confessed. All the stuff that's happened, to Mom, to Ichigo, to Yuzu. She shook her head, unable to find the words to express the horror and roller coaster of emotions over the last week. But I need to watch this. I need to make sure my brother lives. Isshin nodded. I understand. I love you. I love you too, Dad. Meanwhile. 44. 43. 42. Ichigo was forced to stop counting when a deluge of lights of all colors and countless weapons rained down upon him from above. Ichigo swung once with Tensa Zangetsu. Getsuga Tensho. The massive Getsuga effortlessly annihilated the onslaught, but Ichigo was more focused on Aayumu. He brought a friend. A very tall, bald black man with a bone necklace, a man whose eyes burned with hate. He looked oddly familiar, too, but Ichigo couldn't place him. Who's this, Aayumu? You should know better by now than to think that any of your underlings can hope to stop me. Aayumu smiled coldly at the black man. Do you hear that? I told you he wouldn't recognize you. The man trembled in anger. How arrogant. Then I shall remind you, my name is Zamari Leru, the Septima Espada. It was I who took the girl Inoue after the Novino was killed. Oh. Now Ichigo recognized him. Ha. Should have realized you'd be here since Ishida killed you. He returned his gaze back to Aayumu. This is your idea of a trump card? I could kill him in an instant. The King of Hell ignored him, focusing on Zamari. Kill Kurosaki Ichigo, and I will locate and restore your precious Aizen-sama. Agreed. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Byakurai. It pierced Zamari through the forehead, and the man collapsed. And then another Zamari appeared directly behind Ichigo, his sword in motion to cut through Ichigo's neck. Sparks flew as it scraped off, and Ichigo turned to give him a smirk. You can't cut through my hero, Zamari. I expected as much from my master's killer, Zamari admitted. I merely wanted to test it. Ichigo shrugged, and almost carelessly removed Zamari's head with a too-fast-to-see swipe from Zangetsu. Then he moved on to where he could sense another Zamari's speed clones and proceeded to do it there too. It was done in an instant. Aayumu sighed, and with a grunt, resurrected Zamari beside him. Enough playing around, he reprimanded. Use your resurrection and special ability. Zamari frowned at Aayumu but relented. Suppress, brujeria. Watching Zamari turn his head in a way that would surely snap the neck of anyone actually human, Ichigo frowned, trying to recall what Ishida had said about Zamari's ability. Something about one hit and Ichigo's own Bankai would be trying to slit his throat. It obviously had something to do with control, but Ichigo couldn't remember the details. Hey, Soifun. Throw me your communicator. A second later, as Zamari's Zanpakuto was bending into an edged spiral, Ichigo caught the device and placed it in his ear. Oi, Ishida. I know you're there. Give me the details on this guy. If it's the same as before, he'll become largely immobile in Resurrection. He'll also be literally covered in eyes. Lots of targets. Ichigo smiled. I like that. Spoken like a Quincy. In any case, his eyes are both a major weak point and the tool for his power, Amor. Each instance of Amor sends an invisible, very fast burst of Ryuryoku at whatever that eye in particular is looking at. If the Ryuryoku touches your hand, he can control your hand to choke you or whatever he wants. If he takes your leg, you won't be allowed to move it except at his command. If he takes your head, it's all over. Ichigo frowned again as Zamari finished appearing his Resurrection form. As before, his lower half had transformed into a pink pumpkin-like structure. Immobile looked about right, unless Zamari had some feet under there that he just couldn't see, or if Zamari could bounce or something. Sounds like a nasty form of Kido. Maybe a form of Bakudo. Now he understood why Aayumu had chosen Zamari. Since Aayumu couldn't win through sheer firepower, he was trying to turn Ichigo's own power against him. Smart. How'd you beat him? Quincy techniques. Ransatengai to counter the Amor. Not a practical solution for you since you don't have a solid grasp on Quincy abilities yet. Then I used a Quincy technique to put a wall between us and shot him through it. His Amor can't go through barriers. That might be more useful. Noted. Ichigo didn't know how to make Kido barriers, but he had a couple of thoughts on how he might improvise. He glanced at the Shinigami forces, who were quite plainly not at their best. Stay back and take this chance to recover, he ordered firmly. None of you are well suited to fight him, while I have both the speed to avoid his Amor and the regeneration to handle it if I do somehow get hit. So you think you can defeat me easily? Such assumptions are arrogant, Kurosaki Ichigo, Zamari lectured. Oh, shut up, already. Ichigo flipped his left hand up, unleashing almost a dozen chains at Zamari's many eyes. Zamari's hand shot forward and the chains abruptly stopped in midair. Completely ignoring Zamari's speech about his Amor, Ichigo noted carefully that exactly as the number of glowing eyes equaled the number of chains. Interesting. Perhaps he could overwhelm Zamari through sheer numbers, then. How many eyes do you have, anyway? Ichigo asked. 58, Zamari bragged. Don't you see now that it's futile? I have eyes all over my body. You cannot possibly escape all of them. When I turn my Amor upon you, you cannot. Ichigo once again tuned him out, having the answer he wanted. DMN, Zamari was stupid, revealing his limitations like that. Flicking his eyes over to where Aayumu was, Ichigo was unsurprised to see the King of Hell looking rather exasperated himself. While Zamari continued to monologue, Ichigo experimentally tugged at his chains, trying to work out exactly where control was suddenly Zamari's. The fear that drives even the King of Hell himself to avoid my eyes, for even a god DMN, he was still going on about his freaking Amor. There was a difference between taking pride in your abilities and just not being able to shut up about them. No wonder he had only been the Septima, he was blinded by his own power. Ichigo cast another glance at Aayumu, trying to gauge his reaction. The King of Hell met his gaze, and in Ayumu's eyes Ichigo could see a sort of frustrated resignation. Aayumu disliked working with Zamari, but apparently he was committed to it. That meant no matter how many times Ichigo killed him, Zamari would be revived. That meant Ichigo had to deal with him non-lethally. That would be troublesome. Then again, Ichigo had an idea. Wait, Zamari had finally stopped talking. Ichigo belatedly returned his attention to Zamari. You say something? Zamari gave Ichigo a flat look with about a dozen eyes. Then he raised his arm, apparently about to attack with more of his amour. Ichigo stomped on the ground, and a thin wall of what appeared to be chain mesh erupted from the ground a few inches in front of him, intercepting the bursts of Ryuryoku from Zamari's eyes. You just don't get it, do you, Zamari? Ichigo asked calmly. You can't win. Why can't I control your chains? Zamari demanded, outraged. Ichigo clicked his tongue disapprovingly. And you don't even realize the limitations of your own power. With the power of your amour, each I can control exactly one thing. But what does that mean? Ishida told me you could control his hand. A hand is made up of a lot of bones, muscles, tendons, sinew, the various layers of skin, and so on. They all work together, but if one thing goes wrong with the system, the hand doesn't work right. As a result, it may be considered one unit under the concept of hand. Ichigo smiled behind his wall. That's why when you target a hand, you don't control their entire body, just the hand. A person can live without a hand, it's not an integral part of their being. In the end, for the sake of survival, a mere hand is expendable. The concept of hand takes precedence over the concept of me. Do you understand now? With chains, every link is expendable, replaceable with merely a thought. The concept of link takes precedence over that of a chain, and so that is what your amour targets. Ichigo narrowed his eyes in focus, and more chains erupted from the earth, joining with the chain mesh to make it taller, wider. I have thousands of links in my mesh now. So go ahead, steal sovereignty over 58 links. Tell me what difference it makes. And with a sharp flash of intent, Ichigo sent the chain mesh flying at Zamari, the edges reaching forward as if the mesh was a giant mouth attempting to swallow him whole. And that's just what it did. Despite Zamari's panicked, frantic attempts to tear the chains off of himself, the chains grew over him rapidly until he was completely enveloped in them, unable to move. Ichigo worked rapidly, using the chains to seal Zamari's Ryuryoku and movement. It was a rush job, Ichigo knew, but it should hold for a while. He one-handedly tossed the incapacitated Arrancar in Soifan's general direction, and watched Kamimura catch him and give him a nod. That was very disappointing, really. Done with Zamari, Ichigo returned his focus to Aayumu. Did you really think that would work? No, Aayumu agreed. But there was a chance, one that was spectacularly wasted by that idiot. No matter. I merely needed to buy some time. Ichigo was instantly on guard, as suddenly the air around Aayumu was completely full of hell's chains. There were too many, far too many to count. Are these all the Togabito chains? Ichigo asked disbelievingly. Yes, Aayumu confirmed. Every single souled med here. I have access to their weapons, their abilities, their Ryuryoku, their memories, everything. And then suddenly the sky was full of Aayumu clones. Yamamoto knows more than a few nasty spells, but there's one in particular I've this burning desire to use. It requires a bit of sacrifice from me, but luckily for me. He gestured at the thousands of clones around him. I've got plenty of me to work with. Ichigo's eyes went wide. That could not be good. Getsuga Tensho, he screamed, swinging Tensa Zangetsu with all his might. Dozens of Aayumas died, but it hardly made a dent to the majority of them as they all used impressive barriers, reinforcing against each other to block the attack. We've got to attack together. Ichigo roared to his allies. Too late, came the collective voice of the Aayuma clones, as dozens of them got too close, their bodies blackening and cracking with intense heat. Heido 96, Ito Keiso. Ichigo had a split second to make a decision, and he acted according to his instincts. He cocooned himself in chains just as the world itself converted to brilliant red fire. He grit his teeth as the sheer power behind the spells threatened to tear his chains apart, as the chains grew hotter and hotter. Ichigo reinforced them with his Ryuryoku to prevent them from being destroyed or melting away, but it was so hot he could feel dozens of blisters forming on his skin, on his face and hands. Even Tensa Zangetsu had been brought up to an absurdly high temperature, and everything from his fingers to his arm where Tensa Zangetsu's chain was wrapped around it felt like it was on fire. His high-speed regeneration was healing him, but for once it just couldn't seem to keep up. And then the bombardment of fire stopped, and Ichigo took in a ragged breath as his regeneration finished healing him. No doubt you are wondering why I did not simply do something like that before, Aayumu commented from just outside Ichigo's chain mesh shield. The truth is that never before has anyone with as much power and knowledge as Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni or Urahara Kisuke been trapped in my realm for long. Most souls that come to hell don't have much by way of special ability. The ones that do, typically only have one or two tricks, and not one of them had anything approaching the strength and power of a Taicho of the Godii 13. Aayumu sighed. It always takes a bit of time for me to fully assimilate the Ryuryoku and memories of the newly met. I could use Zenka no Tachi and Shinko Mauhi only because they were still active at the instant of their wielder's demise. If they had powered down to Shirkai while alive, I would have been completely unable to activate their Bankai until I fully absorbed their Ryuryoku. But now that I have finally finished absorbing the Ryuryoku and memories of the most powerful Shinigami in 1,000 years, and the genius captain-class assassin responsible for the creation of the Hogyoku. Ichigo could hear Aayumu's smug smile. Segunda etapa or not, you're going to die, Kurosaki Ichigo. Now why don't you come out and face death like a man, Sheet. Ichigo smacked himself on the forehead. Think, Ichigo, think. How do you win now? I can't seal him until I can get past those powers, and I can't get past those power until I can seal, wait. This was familiar. Hadn't he and Urahara dealt with almost this exact thing not long ago? First, bypass, and attack the wielder through the lungs. Ichigo didn't have an attack that could do that, and even if he did, with Urahara's memories Aayumu would be prepared for it. Second, turn the battle into a siege. Not a good idea, since Aayumu was immortal and had the power of two incredibly powerful people at his command. Third, disable the wielder's ability. But how? Aayumu had access to their abilities because they had died in his world. Wait. In his world. If Ichigo could take him out of hell, would he still have access to the powers? Pouncing on that idea, Ichigo quickly ran through the list of worlds he could potentially access. Living world. Bad idea. Soul Society. Also a bad idea. Hueco Mundo. That was a possibility. The Dangai. No. Urahara had some pretty extensive knowledge of the Dangai, so Aayumu would have the advantage there. Even without that, Ichigo did not want to know what would happen if Aayumu tried to blow up the Dangai. The void between worlds. That sounded like a great idea, except that it would be very easy for Aayumu to make to any of the other worlds, which was bad. And, that was it. Sheet. Now what? You're forgetting one, dumbass. What about our world? Ichigo blinked, and then his eyes went wide. That sounded just about perfect. Aayumu had demonstrated the ability to control and limit traffic to and from hell. If Ichigo could get him into Ichigo's own world, then Ichigo could prevent him from escaping. I know you're still alive in there, Aayumu's voice. Amused, cut in. Is this truly how you want to die? Huddled and trying to hide from me? Ichigo ignored the stab of rage that rushed through him, instead focusing on the immediate concern, bringing out the world of his heart. With a moment of focus, Ichigo retreated into his inner world so he could speak with his spirits face to face. Hopefully it would even buy him a little time, since time flowed a little differently. As Ichigo opened his eyes in his world, Akio's voice rang through his mind, the memories of a dream. A true world springs into being all at once. You must achieve enlightenment, my friend. I have brought you out here so that you might know yourself. True power is born of wisdom, and wisdom is born of understanding. You must reach true understanding of who you are, only that can grant you the power and ability to share the world of your heart. Ichigo was silent for a moment, looking out into his world as heavy rain continued to fall through it. It would not stop raining, he knew, not until Ichigo could defeat hell and bring back everyone who'd fallen. True understanding of who I am. But, don't I know that already? Do you? Tensa Zangetsu questioned calmly from a few feet behind him. Ichigo turned to meet the gazes from his inner spirits. Then who are you? I am Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo answered quietly, simply. And what does that mean, idiot? Words alone are nothing unless they have a meaning. What am I? Cazador raged. Ichigo met Cazador's gaze readily. The embodiment of my instincts. My mask. My comrade. My friend. Part of me. The inner hollow seemed surprised by the admission that Ichigo considered him a friend, but then Tensa Zangetsu stepped in. And I? My vision of true strength. My sword. My trusted advisor. My teacher. Part of me. And Zenai? Tensa Zangetsu pressed. My desire to protect, Ichigo answered simply. Part of me. Tensa Zangetsu nodded. Yes. However, have you ever considered what you are to us? Ichigo blinked. What he was to them. He was. Ichigo drew a blank. What was he to them? Their boss. Their wielder. Their king. Their Shinigami. No. They were so much closer than that. But. Ichigo lacked the words. Listen carefully, Ichigo. Tensa Zangetsu looked Ichigo dead in the eye. Just as you see us as part of you. We see you as part of us, Cazador finished quietly. Don't you understand yet? We are one soul, Ichigo. You are the part of me that dictates when and how to use our strength. You are the part of me that decides when to defy our instincts in favor of reason. You are he whom we wish to protect, both of Ichigo's spirits cried out in sync. You are he who ties us together, he who binds us to a purpose. As if the spirits had summoned the words to his lips, Ichigo could not help but repeat the revelation he'd had not even an hour previous when his sisters had begged him to protect them. My life's purpose is to protect. My humanity compels me. Thus is my soul bound, and thus is my will binding. Yes. Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna roared together, their forms blurring and merging into their fusion form. You are our heart, both the source and wielder of our power. Ichigo's eyes were wide, and he nearly fell over as he took a step backwards. I am the source and wielder. But that would mean that I was always the limiting factor. The only thing stopping us was, me. If I had been ready, we could have had all this strength at the very beginning. Yes. Tell us why you could not hear us from the moment you became a Shinigami. Ichigo couldn't breathe even as his brain made the connections. It's like Akio said. Only those who have the will to understand their feelings and embrace that which gives them strength, only they can achieve Shirkai. The reason I couldn't hear Zangetsu from the beginning, was because I rejected my own feelings. The feeling of strength when I held a sword in my hands, the feeling of making a difference when I saved a soul from a hollow, the sense of rightness in my Shinigami form. Ichigo bowed his head. I denied them, because I wanted to be normal. I couldn't hear you because I couldn't acknowledge myself, couldn't accept that I still desired the strength to protect. And Resurrection? All the trouble with Resurrection was my fault, Ichigo admitted, wetness stinging his eyes as he began to understand how he had held them all back. It was my distrust of my own soul that kept us from having that power from the very beginning. He closed his eyes. I was afraid of becoming a monster. I didn't trust us not to, didn't have faith in our ability to remain human. Even after you learned otherwise, you were still uneasy with using that form. You hesitated, and decided not to use Resurrection when trying to rescue your family from hell. Why? The combined voice of Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna demanded. DMN it. Ichigo reached up and wiped a tear from his face. I was stupid and selfish, alright. I didn't want to show my resurrection to mom or my sisters. I didn't want them to fear me. I mean, they knew I had resurrection, but I didn't want to show them what it really meant, that I could be the stuff of nightmares. I get it, okay. Yes, I held us back. I'm sorry. We know. The fusion form of Tensa Zangetsu placed a hand on Ichigo's shoulder, and the teenager raised his head. Their eyes met. And we understand. Because we are one. We are you. And I am you, Ichigo finished softly. We're just all reflections, aren't we? Reflections of the same soul. Tensa Zangetsu smiled. Exactly. Now take that knowledge and use it. Banish the rain, Kurosaki Ichigo. And then Ichigo was back in hell, with those words thrumming in his spirit, resounding in his heart and mind, clicking into place in a way that was utterly impossible to describe. Yes. Those words, that phrase, was this what Zangetsu felt when Ichigo commanded him to tear the sky asunder? Was this what Cazador felt when Ichigo allowed him to blacken the night? Ichigo could feel the spirit's absolute belief in him, could feel their power coursing through him, and suddenly, his mind was clear, sharp. He understood now. He was their heart. When Ichigo fell into despair, so too did they. When Ichigo was at peace, so too were they. Just as Ichigo relied on them to protect those he held dear, they relied on Ichigo to protect their heart. A spark of understanding shot through him. All those years, all those fights, all the struggles, everything. In the end, Ichigo had been fighting to banish the rain from his heart his whole life. There was only one path to him now. There was no point in fearing what may come, nor in looking back at what might have been. He had to look forward, find the way to keep moving. There was no room for retreat, for even if he escaped with his life then it would be only a lifetime of guilt as hell conquered all of reality. There could be no hesitation, or hell would kill him or enslave him just as surely as he had countless others. He would defeat hell. And then he would find a way to resurrect and save his mother's soul. That was the only path. Ichigo straightened up and allowed the chain mesh cocoon to fall, revealing him to Aayumu. So you have chosen to face death as a man? Aayumu taunted. Ichigo did not respond verbally. Instead, he reached for his power and embraced it. The feeling was there, that sensation that he'd been struggling to understand since Hueco Mundo, and it washed over him and did not pull away. His body began to tingle and glow with an azure light. There would be no sudden stop this time, no sudden failure to know the next words. Ichigo could feel it all blossoming within his mind, as he approached the precipice of enlightenment, as he came to understand himself for who he was. No way, Aayumu breathed. You can't have. He was Kurosaki Ichigo. All his life, he had wanted to protect and save everyone he could, no. He had not merely wanted it. He had not merely needed it. That would suggest that he could conceptualize himself not doing everything in his power and more to protect. He had dedicated his existence to guarding life. That was his chosen fate. That was his binding, his seal, his enslavement, his cage, yet it was also his path to heaven. I am the final guardian. Aayumu shook his head violently in denial. No. No, you are not doing this now, he bellowed, leaping a few dozen feet backwards and sending another wave of suicidal clones. Ichigo's eyes glowed bright with power as he raised his left arm forward. Emerging from his back came dozens of chains, lashing out at the various clones, stabbing through them, slicing them apart, rapidly eviscerating the numerous clones. Aayumu stared on at Ichigo in utter disbelief as the wizard began to walk slowly, steadily towards the King of Hell. My life's purpose has been to protect. What are you waiting for? Aayumu demanded of his clones, and the many hundreds of clones remaining began to unleash countless spells at Ichigo, only for the chains to move even faster, intercepting the spells, melting, freezing, being blasted apart, only to grow right back almost instantly before destroying the clones. Seeing this, approximately 20 of the clones attacked Ichigo directly with a variety of weapons in their hands, war hammers, swords, lances, and far more. The wizard didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, even more chains erupted from Ichigo's very skin, blocking the attacks before immediately wrapping and binding the assailants. Paying them no mind, Ichigo continued to move forward, slowly but purposefully walking towards the true Aayumu. Never may I hesitate. Never may I retreat. Trying to buy some time, Aayumu jumped further back and stomped once, hard, on the ground, resurrecting over 1,000 various soldiers to fight for him. Kurosaki had to have a weakness. He had to. The wizard barely looked at the deadly combination of arrows and magic and steel rushing at him. It didn't matter. Masaki was dead, and Ichigo refused to stop until he had exacted payment, and resurrected her soul. These minions wouldn't even slow him down. Always fighting to banish the rain. Ichigo flickered away just before the attacks would have hit him and materialized behind the army, swinging his sword. A wordless Getsuga Tensho ripped through the battlefield, and when it faded not one of the army had left a trace of their existence. Use it. Ayumu's voice ordered. Ichigo turned around to see Ishida Heiken had apparently been resurrected right beside Aayumu. He took the scantest of instants to wonder why, but resolved that it didn't matter. Heiken was going to die too. Yes, sir. With a piercing pulse of power, Ishida Heiken shredded his block robes, revealing his true form. His facial structure was somewhat similar to Ishida Yuryu, clean-shaven with eyes haunted by madness. Dressed in the traditional Quincy battle outfit, Heiken made for a striking figure. Quincy, Volstandig. Blackened wings erupted from Heiken's back, and a dull red pointed halo materialized over his head. But that was as far as his transformation went, as Ichigo instantly appeared right in front of him and diagonally sliced him in two, from shoulder to hip. I know better than to let an enemy complete a transformation if I can avoid it. The two pieces of Heiken's body fell to the ground with a dull thump. Go, boy, the ancient dead Quincy whispered, lucidity returning once more to his eyes from the pain. If any of my family still lives, tell them I'm sorry. Save my descendants. Ichigo looked into Heiken's surprisingly serene eyes, and gave a curt nod. Having abandoned a protector's pride, my humanity compels me. Thus is my soul bound, thus is my will binding. Good luck. And the light faded from Heiken's eyes as his body disintegrated. With that, Ichigo turned around to face Aayumu, who practically shook with rage. So, this is it, the king of hell demanded quietly. Fine then. Show me what you have, Kurosaki Ichigo. Show me the true form of your soul. Ichigo raised Tensa Zangetsu to point at Aayumu, his left hand lightly supporting his right arm as the light blue aura grew brighter in anticipation. My life shall remain. I am no Tensa. And with those words, the world changed. From Ichigo's body, a black wave of power washed over the area, and as it passed, the sands of the desert disappeared, giving way to a different reality. Aayumu looked around. Heavy rain fell from the dark storm clouds of the heavens, pattering on the windows of broken sideways skyscrapers that littered the world as far as the eyes could see. The world was dark, only dully illuminated, and what little visibility existed was hindered by the rain. It was only as lightning struck that Aayumu could see that far below the skyscrapers he and Ichigo stood upon, there was a replication of Karakura, apparently covered in rising water. You stand upon the towers of my broken hope, Ichigo announced gravely. Lightning crashed once more, illuminating his face, full of hate and determination as rain traced its way down his body. Fitting, as this is where your hope ends. It is fitting, Aayumu agreed, but because I will finish what I have begun and crush your hope entirely. Ichigo has finally learned how to bring out the world of his heart. This is very similar to a reality marble for the Nesuverse, but as I've stated repeatedly before, I had something like this in mind for quite some time before I watched Fate Stay Night. Shinigami are capable of manifest their Zanpakuto spirit out of their inner world. The logical extreme of this is to manifest the whole DMN world itself. That's what I wanted to do. As for the aria, that was shaped somewhat by Shiro's aria in Fate Stay Night, but as I've previously explained, it's supposed to be in homage, and I've done my best to make it purely Ichigo's. There's nothing about being the underscore of my underscore. There's nothing about waiting for one's arrival, or unlimited underscore. This is supposed to be Ichigo, DMN it. I've been requested to explain each line, so here we go. I am the final guardian. Over and over again, Ichigo has been the last hope, the last resort to protecting that which he holds sacred. He is the final guardian. My life's purpose has been to protect. This is fairly self-explanatory, I think. Everything about Ichigo is tied to his desire to protect people, even when he was a young boy. Never may I hesitate. Never may I retreat. Again, self-explanatory. Partially comes from the speech from Zangetsu, retreat and you will age. Hesitate and you will die. Partially comes from Ichigo realizing that because he is the final guardian, he cannot afford to hesitate to protect someone, and he can never retreat when the chips are down. Always fighting to banish the rain. I largely covered this in the chapter, but Ichigo has spent his whole life since his mother died trying to make sure it never again rained in his soul. Again, it's tied to his protect obsession. If he fails to protect someone, it rains. Having abandoned a protector's pride, this refers back to the climax of his fight with Aizen, where he abandoned his pride and honor because guarding life. That is the most important thing of all. My humanity compels me. The neo-traditional Japanese idea of moral character is built on 4 elements, on, jimu, giri, and ninjo. Very simply put, on, is the idea of recognizing and paying one's debts, jimu, is the idea of giving your allegiance if you cannot pay your debt, giri, is the idea of doing all your duties to the best of your abilities, and ninjo is the idea that one must have compassion and empathy towards your fellow man, understanding that all people are one. Ichigo, from the beginning of the series, values ninjo most of all. Very clearly, his humanity compels him. Thus is my soul bound, thus is my will binding. Ichigo found this line after his sisters brought him back from the brink in chapter as explained in the chapter. Ichigo's soul was bound by his immense will to protect, to the point where Hollow and Zanpakuto were both influenced and shaped by it. My life shall remain Ayin no Tensa. The final line. This is Ichigo recognizing who he is, that he is bound by his own humanity and need to protect, but also knowing that in doing so, he may reach true happiness. Ayin no Tensa translates to eternal heavenly chains. I hope it makes sense, and that you enjoyed. Chapter 83, Resurrection. There was silence in the living world as they stared at what Ichigo had just done. Finally, Renji broke the silence. Okay. I'm not even going to pretend to understand what just happened. By all appearances, they're not in hell anymore. What world has sideways skyscrapers hanging in midair? He asked bluntly. Ayin no Tensa. The world of the final guardian, Ichigo answered, his voice simultaneously surprised and impressed. Kurosaki Ichigo has achieved it. I did not anticipate this, but it is quite a pleasant surprise. Wait a minute, Rukia said slowly. Ichigo said that he was the final guardian. Are you saying that Ayin no Tensai is? Yes. He has materialized the world of his heart, Ichigo finished matter-of-factly. Just as a Shinigami may materialize the spirit of their Zanpakuto, it is also possible to summon forth the world in which the Zanpakuto resides, the world of the heart. How is it that we've never heard of this technique? Kensei demanded. We have, Shinji reminded him firmly. We all have. Just not so explicitly. That briefing about hell, don't you remember? Aayumu created hell. Yes, Ichigo confirmed. It has been warped, distorted by the numerous souls he holds captive in addition to the changes within himself, but it is his world in every way. He shook his head sadly. It has changed greatly from how it once was. Ishida stared for a moment at the leader of the royal guard, his eyes narrowed. You were there when hell was created. Ichigo's face split into a self-satisfied smile as he crossed his arms and straightened up, jostling his giant bead necklace. I hold the title of monk who calls the real name. I have a very special power over names. It was I who named your blades Zanpakuto, their first release Shirkai, and their evolved form Bankai. No name is ever hidden from me, I know them all. I have merely to look upon you and I know not only your name, but the name of your Zanpakuto. Because of this, Ichigo continued, I was asked by the Reo to witness Aayumu demonstrate this ability, the power to manifest one's inner world, and name it. The name I granted that power is Jikai. What you see now is Kurosaki Ichigo's Jikai, Ayan no Tensa. Lightning lit up the sky in Ayan no Tensa, but neither Aayumu nor Ichigo paid it any mind as they fought with all they had. Ayumu's voice was unceasing as he uttered spell after spell, all the while doing his best to remain at a distance. Ichigo wasn't stupid, he could see immediately that Aayumu had had to change tactics. Before, Aayumu almost always had at least one melee weapon in his hand, as a precautionary measure to handle melee attacks since he was hardly unskilled. That he did not have one now was significant. Ichigo took grim pleasure in finding his suspicion vindicated. Aayumu did not have access to the various weapons of the demise if he was out of hell. That was why he had wanted Ichigo to lead the attack on the Reo. Aayumu knew he would have been no match outside of his world. That said, Aayumu did have access to all the accumulated Ryuryoku and knowledge of the Togabito. That amounted to a truly impressive repertoire of abilities, especially counting Urahara and Yamamoto. Ichigo reflected on that. For a moment as he sonidoed out of the path of a dozen conjured flame lances and retaliated with a half-dozen chains from his left hand. Discreetly, he also sent 3 chains around the underside of the floating skyscraper to attack the BSTRD from behind. Aayumu leapt back and flipped his hand up. Soren Sokatsui, he cried out, unleashing a gigantic blue beam of destructive energy that obliterated the chains in front of him and roared towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised Tensa Zangetsu and swung it down sharply. Getsuga Tensho. As before, Ichigo's Getsuga tore through the spell, carving it in 2 and sending the pieces to either side of him, where each piece promptly reduced another section of floating skyscraper to rubble. But the sound of Ichigo's chains hitting their mark reached his ears, and the prompt swear that Aayumu uttered brought a cruel smile to his face. Ichigo promptly channeled a Byakurai through his chains, and Ayumu's roar of pain tore through the air. Aayumu then unexpectedly appeared in front of him, the skin on his hand blackened and burnt far worse than the Byakurai should have done. Recognizing the spell immediately, how could he not, since he'd just been blasted with it repeatedly not long ago, Ichigo vanished with Sonido, leaving a speed clone behind to take the blow. Ito Keiso. The brilliant red fire erupted where Aayumu stood, annihilating the skyscraper they had stood on. Ichigo was getting quite tired of his enemy doing that, so the moment the fire was tolerable Ichigo sonidoed above Aayumu, grabbed him by the back of his head and threw him straight down with all his might. Aayumu hit the water less than a second later, the speed at which he was traveling creating a sonic boom. If Ichigo remembered his physics right, at sufficient speeds hitting water was no different from hitting concrete, so he really hoped that hurt. Then again, it probably wouldn't hurt as much as what Ichigo was about to do next. Ichigo charged up a Zero and immediately fired it straight down at Aayumu's impact point. Then he materialized a couple of dozen chains from his body and sent them in the water. None of them hit Aayumu, which made Ichigo frown in contemplation as he looked at the ocean. He hadn't been able to sense Aayumu before, but that was before Ichigo had managed to bring out Ayan no Tensa. Surely now they were on the same level. One god to another. Experimentally, he reached out his senses, and smiled. I can sense you. He whispered. He sonidoed several dozen feet away and lashed out with his left hand, grabbing Aayumu by the throat. The illusion of invisibility that Aayumu had been using shattered. But Aayumu didn't panic, and instead tapped Ichigo's wrists rapidly. Instantly, yellow rings of energy encircled Ichigo's wrists, and Ichigo's eyes widened as he recognized Urahara's spell. Fusatsu Keikiai. Sheet. Ichigo swore, letting go of Aayumu and leaping back. He raised Tensa Zangetsu, preparing to cut off his hands to prevent the spell from burning him from the inside out with his own Ryuryoku, but was interrupted by the rings shattering from simultaneous sword strikes. What? Aayumu gasped. But Ichigo could only grin as his saviors were revealed. Cazador de la Luna. Tensa Zangetsu. About time you showed up. Keh. Did you think we'd let you hog him to yourself? Cazador asked cockily. Be more careful, Tensa Zangetsu scolded lightly. Aayumu is still a dangerous opponent. Got it, Ichigo acknowledged. A strangled sound, not quite a shriek, but definitely louder than a general exclamation, of pure frustration emerged from Aayumu's throat as the King of Hell leapt away. A multitude of clones materialized and leapt at Ichigo, but they were instantly obliterated by a Zero from Cazador de la Luna. You gonna let him get away, King? Hell no. Come on, let's finish this. Ichigo flashed away in a burst of Shuinpa, knowing without looking that Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador were on either side of him. Sekienten. Aayumu snapped, creating a gigantic plume of red smoke around his position. The smoke cleared only seconds later, due to the heavy rain, but Ichigo paid it no mind, instead tracking Aayumu by his Ryatsu. He flicked his hand at Aayumu, conjuring another few chains that struck out like snakes, but they were swiftly blocked by a giant transparent barrier. Danku 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 Danku. Aayumu chanted over and over again, swiftly creating a large number of enormous barriers between them. Cazador made to fire another Zero, confident in his ability to destroy any barrier in his path, but Ichigo grabbed his shoulder and shook his head. Let's not waste too much power here. We're gonna need all the strength we can get after we're through with him. You got any better ideas? Yeah. Pincer technique. You go left, Tensa goes right. Go, now. Cazador grinned and then the three blurred, going in altogether different directions. Ichigo himself dashed upwards into the clouds. Immediately seeing the tactic, Aayumu switched gears and dove backwards towards the ocean, trying to keep all three of his opponents within view. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho, he thundered, unleashing an enormous blast of brilliant blue-white lightning at Tensa Zangetsu. The Zanpakuto spirit merely raised his sword and cut through the Kido just as Ichigo himself had done repeatedly in Hell, sending the fragments off to either side. But it had been enough to blind him momentarily to Aayumu's actions, and the King of Hell had not waited to see the results of his attack. He was gone. Tensa Zangetsu narrowed his eyes, but right at that moment he felt more than heard the impact of Cazador de la Luna's Zero against another explosive spell. He immediately darted in that direction. Aayumu was trying to get away Cazador de la Luna, but the Hollow, in Aayumu's opinion, had a terrifying combination of insanity and mastery of his weapon, using a deadly style of throwing his blade around and changing its trajectory with its chains, creating deadly arcs that were difficult to predict. All the while, Cazador was also darting in between the chains to engage in hand-to-hand during those brief instants that his sword was flying back to him. He needed to get away, and quickly. Aayumu grit his teeth and spat out the name of his next spell. Ito Keiso. The absurdly powerful flames engulfed him and Cazador, though Aayumu rapidly made his escape, clutching where his left hand used to be, he'd sacrificed it for the spell. It would take less than a minute to regenerate fully, but that was time Aayumu knew that he really didn't have. He was right, as in that instant a wall of chains erupted from the ocean beneath him, creating a barrier only a half-dozen meters away. Ichigo himself stood in front of the barrier with a cocky smirk. Going somewhere? Is your soul made of chains or something? Aayumu snarled in frustration. No. You couldn't understand why I have a chain affinity, but then again, the only thing you need to understand is that you're done. Behind Aayumu, 3 columns of chains erupted, appearing almost as sea serpents ready to strike. At the same time, the wall behind Ichigo loomed, leaning towards Aayumu. Tell me, O King of Hell, are you prepared to repent your sins? Ichigo didn't give him time to answer. The moment he finished speaking, 2 more chains lashed out from within the ocean, snaking around Ayumu's ankles and beginning the process of sealing. In the time it took for Aayumu to cut them away, it was too late to escape from the rest. It was over in seconds. In the end, Aayumu was encased in a giant ball of chains at 4 meters in diameter. Ichigo waited a moment, then 2, and then a third just to be sure that Aayumu was well and truly sealed. And then he took a deep breath, and let go of Aayumu no Tensa. It was an extremely odd sensation, Ichigo decided, feeling the world of his heart return to within his soul. Ichigo walked over the ball of chains that encased Aayumu and considered his options. His original plan, draining Aayumu of Ryuryoku using his Quincy abilities, and then hiding him and his seal somewhere in hell, was still valid. But there was one possibility he hadn't considered before entered Segunda Etapa. Ichigo could eat Aayumu and consume his soul as a hollow. If he did that, then there was next to no chance that Aayumu would be broken free again, at least during the course of his lifetime. And as a Shinigami, if Yamamoto was a decent measure, Ichigo would probably live for several thousand years. Possibly longer, if Ichigo went ahead with his other plan of turning Aayumu no Tensai into another permanent world for souls to travel to, considering that Aayumu sounded like he was even older than Yamamoto. The only downside was that if something did happen to Ichigo, if he did die of something or other, then Aayumu would escape. And given Ichigo's life thus far, and his nature as the final guardian, the odds of that were, frankly, disturbingly high. It was unfortunate, Ichigo supposed, but theoretically his seal would last virtually forever, so he wasn't too upset about it. Manipulating the chains of Tensa Zangetsu so the blade would sit at his waist, Ichigo placed one hand on the ball of chains and picked it up, beginning to carry it back down to the desert level with the lava pool. On the way, he carefully began to pull at Aayumu's Ryuryoku, with Tensa Zangetsu assisting as he had before. He started slow, as he did not want to disrupt the seal, but as the seal was made of Ichigo's own chains and was designed to draw on Aayumu's Ryuryoku anyway to power itself, Ichigo encountered no problems. Several minutes later, Ichigo arrived at the lava pool and set down the sealed King of Hell next to him. He approached the pool, gathering the Ryuryoku he'd taken, and took a deep breath. Aayumu had told him before that resurrection cycles were based on the amount of spiritual power, hate, resentment, anger and fear the soul possessed. On top of that, only his mother had been crushed to the desert sands, so the others would likely be easier. With that in mind, Ichigo had decided the order of resurrection would be based on power, that and he still didn't particularly want to resurrect Soifun, so he was putting it off towards the end. Ichigo raised his left hand towards the pool, with his right still touching the chain seal, and began channeling the Ryuryoku he'd stolen into the lava. Come forth, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The lava in the pool rushed upwards for a moment, and when it fell, a NDE Yamamoto stepped out, blinking. Kurosaki, he greeted after a moment of getting his bearings. I assume you won and have worked out how to trigger the resurrection of Togabito? Ichigo nodded, gesturing towards the chain seal. I've sealed Aayumu, but I can absorb his Ryuryoku as a result of my Quincy heritage. Yamamoto considered that for a moment, and then nodded. Then he frowned. Where is my Zanpakuto? It broke. Ichigo replied blandly. What? Aayumu was using Zenka no Tachi. Couldn't get around it properly, so we were forced to destroy it. Sorry. Yamamoto's eyes opened fully as he locked gazes with Ichigo for a few seconds, before finally sighing and nodding. I see. Disappointing, but I would have done the same in your place. Glad you see it that way. Ichigo blinked, he was forgetting something. Oh, right. The Togabito chain. With a quick swipe of Tensa Zangetsu, Yamamoto's Togabito chains were destroyed. Now do you mind moving out of the way? I've got other people to resurrect. Yamamoto obliged, stepping well out of the way and watching in interest. Ichigo once again raised his hand towards the pool, channeling more of Aayumu's Ryuryoku. Resurrecting Yamamoto hadn't taken much at all, probably because the old Soteicho was so powerful. Urahara Kisuke. A few seconds later, the ex-Daicho genius assassin stepped out from the lava. This time, Ichigo was very prompt about destroying the Togabito chains. I see, you won, Ichigo. Mind if I ask about the new look? Maybe later. What about my lovely Zanpakuto? Ichigo gave him a flat look. You know perfectly well what happened to it. You Bubei trapped it so it would explode if someone besides you tried to use it. Ah, so that safeguard worked. It was impossible to test properly, you know, since I didn't want to leave myself without my Zanpakuto. And you didn't want to kill someone unnecessarily. That too. In short order, Ichigo finished resurrecting Yoruchi, Zaraki, Kamamura, Soifun, Ikaku, Iba and Kotetsu. After Kamamura was resurrected, two haggard-looking 12th Division members appeared, carrying a large bundle of clothes that the newly resurrected Shinigami promptly put on. Ichigo then resurrected Harabelle and her fraction, each of whom took one look at him and fell to one knee in SBMSN, completely disregarding their NDTY. Your orders, my liege? Harabelle asked. Return to Las Noches, and bring your fraction up to date on what has happened. I shall return to Hueco Mundo soon. Yes, Kurosaki-sama. They rushed away, presumably to the gates of hell. Finally. It was time. Ichigo took a deep breath and channeled his will into his words, using every ounce of the Ryuryoku he'd drawn from Aayumu. He would need it to resurrect someone from the desert. Return, Kurosaki Masaki. Nothing happened. After a couple of seconds, Ichigo swallowed and tried again. Kurosaki Masaki. Once again, nothing. The lava pool wasn't even taking his stolen Ryuryoku. Ichigo had been afraid of this. While dead Togabito were capable of being resurrected at the lava pool, Togabito personally banished to the desert were somehow beyond its grasp. There must be a different method of resurrecting people from the desert. Ichigo turned to Yamamoto. Apparently the technique won't work on those whom Aayumu banished to the desert. Any ideas? The wrinkles on Yamamoto's face deepened slightly as he furrowed his brow in thought. These sands are the remains of those Togabito, correct? Right. Yamamoto knelt to the ground and placed a hand on the sand, closing his eyes. Yes. As I suspected. Each particle of sand in the desert carries an imprint of the original owner's Ryuryoku. Ichigo didn't understand. Is that not normal when a spiritual being decomposes? It is indeed abnormal. Normally, when a spiritual body decomposes, it does not carry such an imprint, as the soul has already moved on to the cycle of reincarnation. An imprint can only exist so long as the soul is exerting some influence. I believe that each particle of sand carries a tiny fragment of the original soul. Urahara coughed, bringing the attention to himself. If you may recall, Soteicho, before I was banished, there was an investigation regarding mysteriously disappearing souls. It was theorized that their human form was being annihilated while they were still alive. Of course, while we later learned that it was Aizen's hollowification experiments, I was making a Jigai prototype that would, theoretically, allow a broken-down soul to stabilize and recover. Of course, it would be useless if we were unable to gather the pieces of the broken soul to place them into the Jigai. No Kido existed to do so. So I made one. Ichigo's eyes went wide. Are you saying? Yes. Urahara spread his arms wide. I have a spell that, again theoretically, should be able to gather the broken-down soul pieces. In this case, as they're attached to the sands that made up the original body, once the soul is reunited, it should be capable of reforming its body appropriately, negating the need for a Jigai. There is one problem, however. Ichigo knew it, there had to be a catch. What's that? There were some technical limitations I had to work around when I created the spell. The biggest issue was that I had no way of knowing how many pieces a soul might be in, so I had to instead define a range that expands every time it finds a soul fragment. The further the range increases, the more Ryuryoku is required. He looked around pointedly at the desert. My Ryuryoku alone is not up to the task. I see. Yamamoto nodded. All Taicho, you will lend your Ryuryoku to Urahara Kisuke for the duration of this spell. Am I understood? Hi. I'll help too, Ichigo volunteered, approaching Urahara. All right. Urahara waited a moment while everyone gathered closely, and then began to chant. Black and white net. Shattered mirror, dark abyss. Urahara moved his hands in front of his chest as an orb of swirling crimson and brilliant white slowly swirled into existence between them, growing larger with every word. A blind man's sight, impossible yearning hidden in the night. Holy will, cast your purifying light on this broken soul. Return and know once more your true form. He suddenly shoved his hands up, throwing the orb above their heads. Tenkei no Tamashifuku. Heavenly light of soul recovery. The orb shattered more than a dozen feet above their heads, sending out a white pulse of Ryuryoku. And then Ichigo felt the drain on Urahara, felt his Ryuryoku disappearing faster than blood could spray out of an artery. He quickly pushed his Ryuryoku towards Urahara, even as the others did the same. Several seconds later, Kotetsu faltered, followed shortly by Iba and Ikkiku. Almost a minute later, Soifun finally fell to her knees, completely drained. The Ryuryoku demands on Urahara had yet to slow in the slightest, and Ichigo was beginning to get a bit worried. This feeling quickly grew as Kamimura fell to one knee, panting, leaving it down to Zaraki, Ichigo and Yamamoto to keep Urahara supplied with Ryuryoku. Thankfully, the Ryuryoku demands suddenly halted, and Urahara breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like we're clear. So, how long does it take to, GAH? Interrupting Ichigo, the desert itself seemed to whirl into a fury, a massive sandstorm appearing out of nowhere. Immediately, the four standing Shinigami took guard around the downed ones, protecting them with their bodies from the sudden storm. After almost a minute, the sandstorm suddenly ended, and then, surprisingly, unknown voices were heard. I'm alive. How the? What's going on? Where'd the desert go? It's so crowded. Where am I? Hearing the voices, Ichigo grunted, unsteadily standing up. Not wanting to crush any souls under the weight of his presence, he quickly undid his hollowification and Bankai, returning to Shirkai state. Someone's got to take control of the crowd, or someone's gonna get angry and start slaughtering people, Ichigo muttered. I agree. And then Kamimura bodily picked up Ichigo, placed him on top of Aayumu's seal and waited expectantly. The action apparently caught a lot of people's attention. Ichigo supposed that one person being suddenly visible above everyone else would do that. Now what? His brain blanked for a moment, before he decided to just wing it. He took a deep breath and spoke, projecting his voice as best he could. I am Kurosaki Ichigo, he called out, drawing Zangetsu and raising it to the sky. And I am the one who sealed the King of Hell. And just like that, the desert fell silent. Belatedly, Ichigo noticed that no one in the crowd that he could see had weapons. He wondered for a second whether they were afraid that he was going to cut them down, before he mentally shook himself and returned to the present situation. It is my opinion, and that of my comrades, that with the King of Hell sealed, everyone deserves a chance for redemption. For this reason, we banded together to resurrect every soul we could in the desert. But what about our chains? A random Togabito demanded. What's the point of resurrection if we can't ever leave? I killed myself because I couldn't bear the torment any longer, another agreed. That seemed to be enough of a trigger, as suddenly dozens were loudly proclaiming their agreement, cursing Ichigo for resurrecting them. Enough! Ichigo roared, calling for silence once more. We have the power to break the hell chains binding you here. But what about those who deserve to be here? Yet another Togabito asked quietly. We're working on a method to distinguish those whose hearts truly wish for redemption, and those who. Ichigo blinked, catching himself. A heartfelt desire. He glanced at Urahara, who seemed to have caught the same brainwave. Urahara gave him a discreet thumbs up before vanishing in a burst of shunpa. Scratch that, we have a method now. I'm sending someone to fetch it now. Once he returns, I should have it set up shortly. In the meantime, there's going to be some changes here in hell. Ichigo nodded to himself, as though he wasn't making this up as he was going along. First, there are no more Kusanada. With no unbeatable enemy to keep the more violent Togabito in line, there needs to be a method of management, of government, to keep this place from becoming a constant bloodbath. Ichigo glanced down at Yamamoto, and extended a hand. Yamamoto took it and climbed up onto the seal of chains as well, standing beside him. Encouraged, Ichigo continued. This is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the Soteicho of the Godiai 13, the military of Soul Society. It was only with his help that we were able to defeat the King of Hell today. Ichigo took a minor step back, allowing Yamamoto to take the lead. He didn't feel comfortable making promises regarding the Godiai 13, and it was probably not a good idea to promise protection with hollow forces. Yamamoto cleared his throat. It is the hope of Soul Society that the worlds remain at peace, and in pursuit of that hope, Soul Society will aid in construction of habitable settlements for Togabito. Until a local government can be formed, Soul Society will place a small force of Shinigami in Hell to keep the peace. This force will mostly be made of volunteers, but be aware that they themselves are unable to cut the Hell chains, and so it is pointless to ask. Right then, Urahara reappeared behind Ichigo and handed him a small box. Ichigo discreetly opened it, then gave Urahara a nod and moved beside Yamamoto once more. As the wizened old Shinigami took the cue and stepped back slightly, Ichigo pulled out the object inside the box and held it up for the Togabito to see. This is the method by which your souls will be judged. The Hogyoku. Ichigo sent a tendril of his Ryuryoku towards the Hogyoku, and felt it questioning him, reading his spirit. What did he want? What was his heart's desire? After a moment, Ichigo threw the jewel high up into the air, and it shone brilliantly before creating a giant arch dozens of meters high and at least 8 meters wide, where it rested securely atop the arch. Inside the arch was a night blue surface with shimmering lights that flickered merrily like the reflection of stars across a rippling lake. When you step through this gate, your heart will be assessed, Ichigo explained to the stunned crowd. It is not enough to want to leave hell. It is not enough to feel that you have repented enough. If and only if you truly wish for forgiveness, for redemption, for a chance to set things right, only then will your soul be purified and sent to the next life. No longer are you bound to hell forever. The roar of approval nearly sent Ichigo off of Aayumu's seal. And then a familiar voice, a voice that instantly had Ichigo's attention, cut through it all. What about those whose actions in life didn't DMN them, those who died fighting hell and those the Togabito kidnapped? They have no reason to wish for forgiveness, so what about them? The world was suddenly silent as the people pondered the question, and in that silence Ichigo locked eyes with the speaker, his mother. The gate will know, he replied simply. And it will judge accordingly. But I can see how that could be a concern. So, over the course of the next week, anyone who feels that those circumstances apply to them may submit a request to either me or any of the Shinigami who are stationed here. That request will be forwarded to me directly, and I will personally cut your chains and perform the Kanso ritual on you. Kanso will judge your actions in life, and if you don't deserve hell, you'll be transported to Soul Society. Masaki smiled, and Ichigo's lips twitched upwards as well. Yamamoto cleared his throat, and once the attention was back on him, he began to speak once again, giving no indication that Ichigo's actions and promise had been at all unexpected. As you may have guessed, the Hogyoku is an extremely powerful device, dangerous in the wrong hands, he intoned. For this reason, this gate, henceforth to be known as the Gate of Purification, must be guarded at all times. No one will be permitted to scale the gate, on penalty of death. As death is not permanent in hell, a second attempt will result in being sealed away. After waiting a moment to verify that Yamamoto was finished speaking, Ichigo nodded and raised his voice. Now if you'll excuse us, it's been a very, very long day, and we must see to the arrangements for the Shinigami task force, as well as reassure our comrades and families that we survived. Yamamoto glanced at his forces, assessing their status. Saraki Taicho. Kamamura Taicho. Third seat Madarame. You three shall remain in hell and await relief. You are not to impede anyone from using the gate of purification, but ensure no one approaches the Hogyoku. Hi. Ichigo took the opportunity to jump off of Aayumu's seal and walked steadily towards Masaki, the crowd parting for him silently. Mom. Ichigo. Ichigo didn't know who initiated the hug, but the next moment they were clutching each other, laughing and crying at once. They had done it. They had won. Hell was sealed away, and Masaki was resurrected and rescued. Ichigo's family was whole once again. After almost half a minute, Ichigo was able to regain his composure and remove himself from the embrace. Come on, Mom. Let's go home. Chapter 84, Resolution. Ichigo inhaled deeply as he followed the other Shinigami, stepping into Soul Society alongside his mother. The air was far fresher in this world, and it helped clear the lingering smells of hell from his nose. He was not the only one who did so, either. Kamamura was visibly relaxing, and even Soifun seemed a little less stiff. Yamamoto turned to face Ichigo a few seconds later. Kurosaki, we must return to our divisions and begin filling out reports on the events in hell. No such report is required of you, but it would be appreciated if you could provide one within the next few days so it may be placed in our records for future reference, should an event regarding hell require it. Ichigo nodded in acquiescence. How detailed does it need to be? That is up your own judgment, Yamamoto answered simply. There are no rules or standards for the reports, merely what you believe may be useful reference in the future. While some like Soifun Taicho are extremely detailed on their reports for the sake of analyzing their actions to become more efficient, others like Saraki Taicho are short and to the point. Alright. You are, of course, welcome to stay in Soul Society as long as you like. It is my understanding that your mother owns a house in the Rukongai? Masaki nodded affirmatively. Urahara-san gave me a house in the West First District, yes. That was news to Ichigo, but he took it in stride. Then let's take you home, Mom. Yamamoto, you'll have my report in the next day or two. I assume you'll be calling the living world to let everyone know that the mission was successful. Yes. Would you mind passing along a message that Mom and I are okay, and that I should be back either tonight or tomorrow? Yamamoto inclined his head towards Ichigo slightly and then turned on his heel and began to walk back to his division. The others quickly followed suit, leaving Ichigo with Masaki. It was a quiet, comfortable walk back to her house. It was only when they entered and Masaki went to the kitchen to make some tea that Ichigo finally spoke what had been on his mind. Mom, do you want to stay in Soul Society? Masaki said nothing for a little while as she continued working in the kitchen, but Ichigo could tell from the look on her face that she was thinking it over. Finally, as they sat in the living room and Masaki poured some tea for them, she answered. How much do you know about Quincy's? Ichigo blinked at the non sequitur. Probably not as much as I should, he admitted. Quincy's are humans whose primary power is the manipulation of racial. They typically use it to make bows and arrows to fight from a distance since, being human, their bodies are a lot more fragile than Shinigami and Hollows. Until recently I thought that Quincy arrows destroyed souls, but now I know that Quincy arrows send souls to hell due to some contract with Aayumu that the first Quincy made. Masaki nodded. Aayumu had told her about the contract in her captivity, so it wasn't news to her. There's a fair amount more than that. Ichigo, there's another reason why most Quincy's make a point about fighting at a distance. Quincy's have an innate weakness to Hollows. Unlike normal humans, if a Hollow's Ryatsu invades a Quincy, then that Quincy's soul is destroyed. Ichigo frowned. Are you sure about that? It sounds a lot like that belief that Quincy's attacks destroy hollow souls. Masaki sighed. Painfully sure. Did your father never tell you how we met? Ichigo sat forward in his seat, eager to hear more about his mother's past. No, he didn't. Masaki smiled at her son's eagerness. Well, I suppose I'll have to correct that, won't I? And so Masaki spoke of that fateful day in the rain, of how she'd witnessed Ishin fighting a strangely powerful hollow and how she'd joined in the fight. But as soon as the hollow saw me, it went right for me. Did it see me as the greater threat? Or as a bothersome annoyance? I don't know. But it was too fast, I couldn't hit him properly. So I let it get close enough to bite me. Ichigo stood so fast he nearly upended the table. What? Calm down, Ichigo, Masaki scolded. Ichigo reluctantly sat down. I let it get that close so I could hit it point blank in the head with an arrow. It self-destructed a moment later, but your father saved me from the explosion. But the hollow bit me, and somehow, it invaded my soul. Over the course of the next day, I grew weaker and weaker, until I had a hollow hole. I collapsed. And then what? Then your father and Ishida Ryukin took me to see Urahara, who explained to them the concept of soul suicide. Seeing the question on Ichigo's lips, she quickly continued. There's a lot of technical stuff behind hollowification, Ichigo. It involves inserting a hollow soul into a normal soul, then breaking down the boundary between them to make the original more powerful. But, it also breaks the boundaries between the soul and the rest of the world. When that happens, the soul self-destructs. Urahara called this process soul suicide. Ichigo frowned. Then how do the Vizard exist? How do I exist? Simple. Urahara developed a method to stop soul suicide, Masaki answered. Just as hollowification is the cause behind soul suicide, he had to insert something else to do the opposite of soul suicide, to strengthen the borders between the soul and the outside world. And what's the opposite of a hollow? A human soul. Ichigo blinked. I don't get it. Human souls turn into hollows all the time. How are they opposites? And if Quincy's are humans with powers, don't they qualify as humans, then? Masaki shrugged. It's a bit beyond me, honestly, but Urahara explained to me later that Quincy's are different enough from normal humans on a soul level that they can be considered a slightly different species. Compatible, obviously, but distinct. Supposedly Shinigami and Quincy's are opposites, while humans and hollows are opposites. Ichigo shook his head, trying to ignore how his head was starting to hurt. So, what? Urahara injected a human soul into you to balance out the hollowification? Not exactly. Masaki shook her head. To save the Vizard, Urahara made a vaccine made of Quincy arrows and human souls. So in order to save you, he needed a vaccine made of a Shinigami soul and a human soul. Ichigo connected the dots, frowning. And that's where your father comes in. Urahara made a special Jigai from a human soul. If a Shinigami entered it, he would become a being both human and Shinigami. My polar opposite. He would need to remain close to me for the rest of my life, and he would lose the ability to see spirits, to use his Shinigami powers. For all intents and purposes, he would be a normal human until the day I died. Ishin agreed to it without hesitation, and Urahara tied our souls together. Ishin became my balancing force, and his sacrifice is the reason I survived that battle. Ichigo's eyes were wide as. He leaned back in his chair, speechless. After a moment, he finally managed to breathe out, well, that explains a lot, actually. Masaki nodded serenely and took a sip of her tea as though she weren't discussing her soul's tenuous grasp on existence. Returning to the point, something about a hollow's Ryatsu is just incredibly poisonous to Quincy. It weakens a Quincy's Ryuryoku for a time, and there are many documented cases of Quincy's dying of hollow Ryatsu poisoning. Urahara's explanation of soul suicide matches the symptoms of those cases, and I truly believe that those Quincy's were undergoing some form of hollowification. You could say that hollow Ryatsu is a really bad virus, and Quincy's don't have the antibodies to fight it off. Masaki paused. Come to think of it, I've never heard of it happening to gemished, mixed blood, Quincy's. Maybe their normal human ancestry provided some resistance. Masaki shook her head. In any case, Ichigo, the danger that hollow Ryatsu poses to us is the primary reason why Quincy's traditionally fight at a distance. Ichigo frowned, but nodded. It made sense, sort of. But then, why didn't your soul self-destruct when you were eaten by Grand Fisher, then? Masaki sighed and shook her head. I'm honestly not sure, she admitted. When I died, the tie between Isshin and I should have broken. Well. Ichigo said slowly, thinking aloud. When you die, are you still considered a Quincy? If Quincy's are a kind of living humans, then do the same rules apply after you die? Masaki looked just as uncertain. I don't know. I have to assume they do, at least to an extent, otherwise I shouldn't be able to use my Quincy powers. Ichigo nodded, accepting the answer for now. Let's look at it from the other end, then. Even though a human is supposedly the opposite of a hollow, hollows obviously don't undergo soul suicide when they eat human souls, or any kind of soul for that matter. And I've never seen a hollow shoot a Quincy arrow or, outside the Arrancar, use Shinigami powers. According to Ulquiorra, any Shinigami powers they have are a side effect of taking off their mask, not due to eating a Shinigami. Masaki nodded, following where her son was going. So you think that being eaten by the Grand Fisher didn't trigger soul suicide because there was still a border between my soul and the Grand Fisher? Right. Or, the Grand Fisher said he'd evading Shinigami for 50 years as he killed people. Suppose he killed and ate at least one. If that's the case, maybe the fact that he had consumed humans and Shinigami before meant that there was a balance for everything. Human to hollow, and Shinigami to your Quincy. That could be it too, Masaki admitted. I don't know if we'll ever know the truth. They sat in silence for a while, sipping their tea. As Ichigo was pouring himself a second serving, he nodded to himself. But you didn't answer the original question. Do you want to stay in Soul Society? Masaki sighed. I'm not sure what other option I have, Ichigo. Where would I go? Hueco Mundo is full of hollows, full of hollow Ryatsu. For all I know my soul will commit soul suicide if I stay there too long. I have no desire to return to hell, and as much as I want to, I shouldn't return to the living world. Why not? Masaki gave him a raised eyebrow. Where would I stay? How would I live? It's not like I could just go down to the market. If people see a couple of grocery bags floating through the air, there's going to be problems. And I can't just get a jigai either. I haven't been dead that long, and people in Karakura will still recognize me. No, the best place for me is here in Soul Society. Ichigo nodded thoughtfully. He didn't like it, but her words made sense. Making a mental note to run a couple of errands before he left Soul Society, Ichigo thought for a few moments, trying to decide his next question. Then Masaki smirked. Maybe in a little while I'll attend the Shinigami Academy. I am dead after all, so I should have the potential to become a Shinigami. Wouldn't that cause soul suicide? Ichigo asked, alarm clear in his voice. I'll check with Urahara beforehand, but I don't think so. Humans with hollow-based powers exist without issue. If the problem is balance, then I think it should be safe for me, a Quincy, to gain the powers of my opposite, a Shinigami. And besides, I'm not inserting a Shinigami soul into me and breaking down the barriers between us, Masaki pointed out. Ichigo took a calming breath and nodded. Those errands had just become very high priority. After another few seconds, he realized what his next question had to be. It was selfish, but, he had to know. It would haunt him if he didn't ask, and Ichigo would like to avoid the nightmares if he could. Ichigo looked down, and his fists clenched the fabric of his leggings tightly. Mom, was it my fault? What? Ichigo swallowed, his whole body tense. Was it my fault that you died? On the riverbank against the Grand Fisher? Oh, Ichigo. The next instant, it seemed, Masaki had pulled Ichigo in for a powerful hug, one that her son gratefully returned. It was never your fault. If anything, the fault lied with me. Ichigo's heart skipped a beat. What? His mother separated the hug enough for her to look directly in Ichigo's eyes, and he was startled to see tears welling in hers. Your father and I knew you could see spirits. Isshin couldn't help you learn to distinguish between the living and the dead with his powers sealed, so the task was left to me. But I was selfish. If I taught you about spirits, I would have to tell you about hollows. And I knew you would want to learn how to protect yourself, protect others from them. She shook her head. But I didn't want you to become a Quincy. I had heard what had happened to Ishida Soken. I was still close to his son, Yuryu's father, Ishida Ryukin. I thought that maybe, just maybe, it was because Soul Society didn't want the Quincy to continue, that the people in charge had made the order to make us slowly die out. I didn't want you to become noticed by Soul Society. Masaki's voice was slowly growing as watery as the tears trailing down her cheeks. Ichigo's vision of her became a little blurry as well, and he realized with dull surprise that he was crying too. I didn't want you to die, Ichigo. I thought that if I, a trained Quincy, accompanied you until you were old enough to understand, old enough to maybe be trained in how to use Shinigami powers instead, then everything would turn out alright. So I purposely didn't teach you. No, Ichigo. It wasn't your fault that I died. You did everything right that day. All you did was try to save a girl you thought was in danger, as any good-hearted human being should. No, it was my fault. If I had taught you, if I had done my job as a mother, you would have recognized the danger. I wouldn't have had to leave you, Isshin, Yuzu, Karen. And then it was Ichigo's turn to pull his mother into a tight embrace, his eyes shut tight as tears streamed down his face. After all those years blaming himself, he could never have dreamed that she blamed herself too. It's okay, Mom. I understand. You were trying to protect us, he whispered hoarsely. But my foolishness cost us so much. And I made you think that my death was your fault, for so many years. Ichigo held her closer, not knowing how to comfort his mother but trusting his instincts. It doesn't matter anymore. You're here now. Everything's alright now. It was dusk when Ichigo left his mother's home, a concise typed report. Urahara had apparently had the forethought to have a computer installed in Masaki's home, in hand as he headed for the First Division. It didn't take long to get there. Ichigo had been in the Siriidii often enough he was learning the layout of the divisions pretty well. Ah, Kurosaki-sama. The First Division Fukutecho inclined his head respectfully. Ichigo blinked, trying and failing to remember the Fukutecho's name. He vaguely recalled that his given name began with Cho, because he remembered trying to work out how the man was anything like a butterfly, but that was it. They'd never really talked, and the only real interaction they'd had was when Ichigo had taken him down in an instant on Sokayaku Hill while saving Rukia. He sighed. I'm sorry, I'm really quite terrible with names, and we haven't talked enough for me to remember yours properly. Thankfully, the man didn't seem offended at all. Perfectly understandable. I am Sasuke Kojoro. He cracked a tiny smile as he witnessed Ichigo muttering the name to himself repeatedly, apparently trying to ingrain it into his memory. He'd seen similar sights over the centuries every time they had a batch of new recruits, and it never failed to amuse. In any case, may I ask your business here? Ichigo blinked again, before apparently remembering what he had come to do. He held up the report in his hand. Oh. Yamamoto. Ichigo hesitated, then decided it was better to refer to the man with his title in his own division. Sotecho asked me to write up a report regarding Hell and Aayumu, but I don't really know where to turn it in. I figured I would ask him, if it's not too late. I can come back tomorrow if it is. I'll take care of it, Sasuke promised, and Ichigo gratefully gave the report to him. Is there anything else? Ichigo nodded. I need to head back to the living world soon, but I was hoping to discuss my mother's current situation and safety before I left. It's not that I don't trust Yamamoto Soteicho to keep his word, it's just to ease my mind, given recent events. Sasaki smiled. As it happens, Kurosaki-sama, I am in fact the person you need to speak with. I have been Yamamoto Soteicho's lieutenant for a very long time, and given his preoccupation with preparing for the final confrontation with Hell, he left the details to her protection to me. If you'll come into my office. Ichigo followed him, and sat down as Sasaki pulled out a folder from his filing cabinet and placed it on his desk, opening it with a silent invitation for Ichigo to read. The wizard did so, reading carefully. There was a lot of legalese in the beginning, but Ichigo pushed through it with some effort. Turning the page, he pat his head in surprise. It registered Kurosaki Masaki as married into the Shiba family, and therefore carrying the benefits of nobility. My dad's a Shiba. Sasaki raised an eyebrow. He never told you. Ichigo shook his head. No. It explains a lot, though. Returning his eyes to the papers before him, Ichigo continued reading. Evidently, part of the idea was to alert Shiba Kakaku to Masaki's presence and relationship with her, and let Kakaku deal with anything that didn't have something to do directly with the Godai made sense, Ichigo had to admit. For matters within the Godai 13, Masaki would be under the direct protection of the First Division. While she was allowed to enter the Suriidai at any time, if she gave advanced notice there would be 2 members of the First Division ready to escort her wherever she wished to go, within reason. In addition, there would always be at least 2 Onmitsukido shadowing her from a distance to prevent any further kidnapping attempts. There was an additional section that basically boiled down to this: Masaki could visit any of the divisions of her own will, but was legally obligated to leave if the 3rd seat of the division or higher asked her to go. She could not be ordered to report to any of the divisions, or forced there. Outside of a spar, she was not to be paralyzed, disintegrated, poisoned, rendered unconscious, driven insane, mind-controlled, mind-erased, eaten by a hollow, maimed, crippled. Ichigo paused, and turned the page. The list continued for quite some time, ending with, otherwise altered in any way without XPLCT consent. Note that the above list is incomplete and may be updated at any time, and punishments may be applied retroactively. He heavily suspected that it had been written specifically for Mayuri. The document continued for a while longer, essentially stating that Masaki shouldn't abuse her privileges and there would be punishments if she attacked a member of the Godai 13 without provocation. It finished with a reminder that a Taicho was not allowed to spar with someone outside their division without their consent. That one was for Zaraki, he was sure. Finishing the document another few minutes later, Ichigo nodded, satisfied at its thoroughness. Will Mayuri follow the rules? He asked bluntly. He is exceedingly interested in me, and I suspect that extends to my mother as well. He'll adhere to the letter of the law, if not the spirit, Sasaki assured him. Hence why the list was very comprehensive, and why punishments may be applied retroactively. Kuratsuchi Taicho is exceedingly clever and intelligent, enough so to find something that he knows would be undesirable that wasn't explicitly or implicitly listed, but he's also aware that a close eye will be kept on your mother and him to ensure that nothing happens. Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. Ichigo grimaced, but nodded before closing the folder and returning it to Sasaki. Thank you for letting me see this. Not at all. One must take care of family, after all. Ichigo gave him the barest of smiles, thanked him again, and left. As Sasaki was returning the folder to the filing cabinet, he was completely unsurprised to hear Yamamoto's voice only a few feet away. What do you think of him, Kojoro? Reasonable, and moderately polite when he wishes to be, the Fukuteicho responded easily as he closed the filing cabinet and turned around to meet the eyes of the Soteicho. He either didn't register my use of Sama with him or he has grown used to being called that. I suspect his time in Hueco Mundo had something to do with that, given his known general aversion to honorifics. Intelligent, but not genius level, he had to take some extra time to get through the legal sections, but he seemed to understand it well enough at the end. A bit blunt with his words, but he did take the time to finish the document before asking relevant questions. Sasaki gestured at Ichigo's report, which was still sitting on the desk. He was also prompt with his duties, providing a written report and doing his best to ensure it was given to the right person. Yamamoto blinked. He hadn't expected much from someone as young and inexperienced with paperwork as Kurosaki, so he was rather surprised to be given a small stack of papers. "He wrote all this?" Yamamoto asked. "It appears to have been typed using a computer like those of the 12th Division. I presume that Urahara Kisuke provided one to Kurosaki Masaki's residence, and Kurosaki Ichigo utilized it to create the report." After a moment of pondering this, Yamamoto retreated into his own office, pulled out some paper to write his thoughts, and began to read Kurosaki's report. To his pleasant surprise, it was written in the form of a timeline, detailing the events from Aayumu's resurrection to the creation of the Gate of Purification as clinically as possible, and divided into named sections. Yamamoto did note that Kurosaki left out what he had seen in Asahi no Kagumi's illusions, but that was to be expected. The illusions were personalized to each victim, so there was no point in sharing what he had seen, only which concepts had been used. Continuing on, taking notes as he read, Yamamoto reached the section where Kurosaki Masaki was killed, and his heart clenched for a moment in sympathy to Kurosaki Ichigo. It must have been crushing to see her die like that. He read on, then blinked and had to reread the next paragraph. "Seeing her die despite everything I had done, all the strength I had, I gave up. Aayumu pushed his zanpakuto through my chest, and I would have died if not for my sisters. Their voices somehow reached me from the living world, and gave me the resolve I needed to continue. The combination of my despair and renewed resolve unlocked a new hollow form for me, resurrection, segunda etapa. It may be likened to a hollow form of Bankai. With segunda etapa, I was more than capable of matching and overpowering Aayumu. I may have been able to seal him then, but I recalled that only those with Aayumu's Ryuryoku could resurrect people in hell. So I chose instead to attempt to strip Aayumu of his power with my Quincy abilities, so that I might revive all those who had fallen." There was a lot to take in, with just that one paragraph. Yamamoto knew of course that Arrancar could use resurrection, which for a Juchas class Arrancar or higher tended to put them on par with Taicho class Shinigami. He had also witnessed Kurosaki using it during the fight with Aizen. But the existence of a level higher than that was. Yamamoto shook his head, lacking the words. He would certainly need to talk to Kurosaki about segunda etapa. There was also the interesting information regarding Kurosaki's sisters. How had their voices reached him? Yamamoto gave a tiny sigh as he wrote down the question on his notes. That would likely remain a mystery, but it was one that Yamamoto was not concerned about. The Sotecho frowned slightly as he went over Kurosaki's admittance to utilizing his Quincy heritage. Despite being utterly untrained in those powers, the young man had apparently done well enough to be able to resurrect all of them after the fight with Aayumu. His association with Ishida Yuryu could have given him the general idea of how it was done, perhaps. It was possible, likely even, that Kurosaki had been unconsciously drawing in Reisha from the air to replenish his own Ryuryoku ever since he'd first become a Shinigami. It would explain part of his monstrous stamina, and could perhaps even explain how Kurosaki had survived his first experience with Zaraki Taicho. The unconscious experience in Quincy powers combined with the revelation of his heritage and previously acquired background information could explain how Kurosaki had been effective with his Quincy abilities despite no true training. However, Yamamoto was suspicious. Zangetsu's appearance, he resembled Yawatch so closely, in a young man directly descended from one of the last Quincy's. Could it be that Kurosaki's Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, was the culmination of Kurosaki's Shinigami and Quincy powers? The more Yamamoto thought about it, the more he was certain of it. Yes. Zangetsu must have acted in his nature of a Zanpakuto, guiding and assisting his wielder in a new technique until Kurosaki could master it. Yamamoto almost smiled as he relaxed slightly. Zangetsu's inside knowledge of Quincy techniques could be most useful in the coming conflict with Yawatch. More than ever, Yamamoto was glad that Soul Society and Kurosaki's group were allies. With that, he continued reading the report. When he eventually reached Kurosaki's unleashing of Ion no Tensa, and how he had sealed Aayumu there, Yamamoto set the report down and sat pensively for a time. So, Kurosaki had achieved Jikai. Yamamoto took a long, deep breath, and after a moment, exhaled. It was unprecedented. A young man not even through his second decade had reached a state of self-awareness and self-acceptance that very few souls had ever or would ever ascend to. After a few more minutes, Yamamoto nodded to himself. He had decided. Ichigo stepped out of the Garganta and into Hueco Mundo, emerging near the front door to Las Noches. After he'd been satisfied with the state of his mother's safety, he knew it was time to deal with everything he'd left behind in the hollow world. He'd briefly considered visiting the 12th and intimidating Mayuri to reinforce just how much of a bad idea it would be to target Masaki, but in the end he knew it wasn't worth the trouble that could be caused. Ichigo opened the door to Las Noches tiredly. It had been a very long day, and all he particularly wanted to do was sleep. But there were things he had to do first. Kurosaki-sama. Pesh's voice cried out. You've returned. Yeah. I assumed that Harabelle and her fraction made it back. Hi, Kurosaki-sama. Good. Please send word to Okiura, Harabelle, Neliel, Stark, and the Vizard that we'll be meeting first thing in the morning tomorrow. Ichigo paused for a moment. Also, if Nell's still awake and feeling up to it, let her know that I'd like to see her tonight. I'll be in my room. Of course, Kurosaki-sama. Ichigo nodded in acknowledgement and began walking towards his room. He'd barely made it 10 feet when Neliel appeared beside him in a burst of sonido. Ichigo blinked. Either Pesh was a lot faster than he let on, or Neliel had been specifically watching for his Ryatsu. Ichigo opened his mouth to greet her, but was startled when she suddenly grabbed him by the wrist and entered sonido. They appeared right outside his room, where Neliel flung the door open and threw Ichigo onto his bed. What the hell, Neliel? Explain it to me, Ichigo. Neliel's voice was rather frosty, Ichigo noted, and so was her face. Explain to me why you let yourself be killed by Aayumu, despite your promise to your father that you would return safely. She stepped forward angrily. Despite the implied promise to me that you would come back to me. Oh. Well, Ichigo supposed he should have known better than to hope that wouldn't become an issue. Seeing Neliel's eyes grow even angrier, Ichigo held his hands up in a form of surrender. I'll explain, he promised. Just give me a minute to get my thoughts together, okay? Seeing Neliel grudgingly nod, Ichigo took a moment to breathe. After a few seconds of deciding how he wanted to go about it, he nodded at her. You already know that my mother died in front of me when I was younger, was killed by the Grand Fisher. And you know how much that broke me, and how I lived with the guilt of being responsible for her death for a long time. The former Espada Trace nodded silently, her expression unchanging. But in the end, that was Aizen's fault. And I bet you're thinking that it wasn't my fault this time either. Another nod. Ichigo sighed. Ayumu's Zanpakuto, Asahi no Kagami. It makes it hard to think rationally, tries to overwhelm you with your own emotions. Yes, intellectually I knew that my family, my friends, you all wanted me to live. I knew that. But it's like that knowledge was pushed to the back of my mind, present but not important in that moment when the illusions are there. Ichigo paused, considering. Ayumu's Bankai spirit, Shinkyo no Zenhansha, did say that Asahi no Kagami was originally intended to be a therapy tool, to heal the minds of others. To isolate the patient from outside influence or judgment could have been a useful trick for doing so, to help both the patient and the therapist determine where the issues truly are. He shook his head. I'm getting distracted. The point is that, in that moment, it was like the world was down to me and the illusions. And those illusions were designed to break me. Ichigo met Neliel's eyes intently. The illusions were of my mother, convincing me that I was at fault for what had happened to her. Because I couldn't tell the difference between the living and the dead, I unwittingly disabled the greatest advantage of a Quincy, fighting at a distance, and she died fighting the Grand Fisher to protect me. Because I foolishly clung to my pride, I failed to purify the Grand Fisher and save her soul. Because I didn't slaughter my way through the Barine once I found out where she was sent to hell. Because I wasn't strong enough to protect her from Aayumu, she was removed from the cycle of reincarnation. Neliel said nothing, but her expression had softened somewhat, recognizing the emotional pain that Ichigo must have gone through despite his matter-of-fact tone here. Like I said, it's hard to think rationally while under the influence of Asahi no Kagami. Those illusions convinced me that mine was a useless existence. With all my power, with all I'd sacrificed, with everything I'd been through, I couldn't save a single soul who meant so much, not just to me, but to my whole family. To my distraught mind, there was only one thing to do, die and let either Zenai or Cazador de la Luna take over when I resurrected. I was sure they could use the power better than I could. Ichigo spread his arms wide. And there you have it. I didn't intend to abandon anyone, or break any promises. But for what it's worth, I am sorry that I hurt you. Neliel said nothing for a short time, before she too sighed and sat on the bed next to Ichigo. It hurt, seeing Aayumu run you through with his blade, she said quietly. She reached down with one hand, gently taking one of Ichigo's and squeezing it gently. Please don't do that again. Ichigo squeezed back. I won't. They sat quietly for a minute before Neliel spoke again. I want you to make me a promise now. One you won't be able to forget, even if your mind is addled by illusions, even if you can't think straight from blood loss. What is it? Always come back to me. Ichigo's breath caught. Was this what he thought it was? I know we haven't known each other very long. But you and me, we're kindred spirits, aren't we? We fight to protect those we care about. For me it was Pesh and Dondo Chaka, and later Stark and Liliet, and for you it was your friends and family. Anything else comes second. I knew before the mess with Hell that you were more than a friend to me. I thought perhaps those feelings were the result of your having cared for me while I was transformed into a child. Or perhaps I was simply admiring you for having compassion for everyone, even your enemies, despite being so strong. But then that night came, that night we spent together. And I came to know you so much better. The reason I was not there the following morning, the reason I left before you woke, was to sort out my feelings, because they hadn't diminished in the slightest. No, somehow they'd grown stronger. Neliel turned her head to meet Ichigo's eyes. Ichigo, please tell me the truth. Do you feel something for me? Something different than what you feel for your friends? Because if I am alone in this, I would like to know now so I don't embarrass myself further. Ichigo's hand squeezed Neliel's tightly as he swallowed, hard. Yes. You're not alone, I do feel something for you. I don't know what it is, but you're right, it is different from how I feel for them. When I look at you, I see a confident, intelligent, beautiful woman who shares my ideals, who helps simply because it is the right thing to do. You and I. He struggled for a few seconds to find the words, before abandoning the previous sentence and trying again. Do you remember what I said, before I left to invade Hell with the others? Neliel began to smile. You said that you wanted me to fight by your side, that it didn't seem right that I couldn't be there with you. I meant those words, with all my heart, Ichigo confessed. I don't know how to put it better. You're someone I want by my side, in battle and otherwise. I think you said it best when you called us kindred spirits. You and I both know that sometimes, we need someone who understands us, someone we can trust and confide in, someone we can just be us with. Someone who will set us straight when we're being stupid, and be there when we need them. Someone we can always come back to. Will you be that someone for me? Neliel's launched herself into Ichigo's arms, pulling him into a tight hug. Only if you'll be that someone for me too, she whispered into his ear. Ichigo returned the embrace gladly. Deal, he murmured back. The next morning passed relatively quickly. Ichigo explained the current state of affairs to the Arrancar and Vizard. First and most importantly, Aayumu was sealed, and the Togabito held prisoner in Las Noches were to be gathered so Ichigo could take care of them all at once. Ulquiorra promised to handle that shortly after the meeting. Second, Ichigo, and by proxy the rest of Hueco Mundo, were allies with Soul Society from there on out. No one held any illusions that it would be an easy alliance. Shinigami and Hollows had been longtime enemies, after all, and there was much residual fear and distrust from both sides. The fact that Hollows were mostly solitary creatures in order to prevent themselves from being eaten by other Hollows was also something of a problem. After some discussion on the matter, it was agreed that as Arrancar had similar physiology to Shinigami, it was worth testing if they could regain Ryuryoku through similar methods, eating food made of Reisure. The largest concern with that, however, was whether Arrancar were still susceptible to hollow de-evolution. Ajuchas could de-evolve back to Jillian if they did not consume sufficient souls frequently enough, and it was for this reason that Ajuchas class Hollows tended to hunt the majority of the time. When asked about Vastolord class Hollows, Ulquiorra stated that although he'd never heard of it happening to a Vastolord, it was theoretically possible. That is the reason I continue to hunt on occasion, as a precautionary measure. Ichigo nodded thoughtfully. And there's no data on whether Arrancar still have the need to eat Hollows? Neliel, didn't you tell me that Aizen had a scientist Arrancar? One of the ones who attacked you? Neliel nodded solemnly. Sale, yes. We have checked where his lab was, Harabel reported. All the research and data was removed. I suspect that when he was killed by the Godii 13, they took it as spoils. Ichigo grunted, frowning a little harder than usual. That means Kuratsuchi has it. I'll see what I can do about that. But back to the topic at hand. Do Ajuchas class Hollows get any warning that they're approaching de-evolution? Neliel grimaced. Yes. The voices of the souls you've consumed start to be heard. Quiet, at first, like a small buzzing in your head. Then, over time, they get louder and louder, and if it progresses much further, you can feel them clawing at your mind, trying to tear you down. She shook her head, banishing what were obviously painful memories. Well, didn't that sound terrifying? Ichigo repressed a shiver. If you were to abandon hollow hunting and try to live on food instead, how long would it take you to know that it was working? Neliel thought about it for a minute. Before I became an Arrancar, it would take a week or so without eating for the symptoms to become noticeable, she mused aloud. I've gone longer than that since I became an Arrancar, though. So I would want 2 months, just to be sure. There might be a difference if the Arrancar is Ajuchas or Vastolord, Stark pointed out. So I'll join you in the attempt. Okay. I'll talk to Soul Society and arrange for food to be delivered here, Ichigo promised. With that settled, they moved on to the next topic, namely, what to do about the Vizard. Ichigo was interested in inviting them to stay in Las Noches, but Harabel pointed out that that could be something of a deterrent when trying to invite more Hollows into Las Noches, considering that prejudice and fear still ran deep. Ultimately, it was decided that the Vizard were to be allowed to come and go as they pleased, with their own rooms in Las Noches. However, very few pure Shinigami would be allowed in Hueco Mundo, and only while Ichigo was there to discourage conflict. After that was decided, Harabel brought up an interesting question. Kurosaki-sama, there have been rumors of what sounds like Quincy activity in some remote sections of Hueco Mundo. How do you wish to handle it? Ichigo frowned. Quincy activity? That's odd. It was my understanding that Ishida Yuryu and his father, Ishida Ryukin, were the last of the Quincy. He took a few seconds to think on it. They might simply be Togabito who need to be returned to hell, or there could be something more going on. Either way, we can't know for sure until we have more information. My liege, I suggest I scout the area, Ulquiorra stated calmly. If they are Togabito, I can subdue them and return them to Las Noches. Otherwise, I will withdraw and report to you. Ichigo nodded firmly. That'll work. Do you want to take anyone with you? No. Alright. I'll talk to the Ishida and Soul Society, see if they know something. Anybody else have something I should know about? After a few moments of silence, Ichigo nodded and stood from the table. Good. Let's get moving. It was a short while later that Ichigo finally stepped foot in the living world again. Emerging from his garganta just outside his home, Ichigo took a few seconds to sense his friends and family's ryatsu. Looks like everyone's. Okay, he muttered to himself. His friends were at school, while Isshin, Kon, Karen and Yuzu were at home, inside. That was reassuring. Knowing he was putting off the inevitable, Ichigo still quickly peeked at his chest, where twin crescent moons stood once more, sealing a great deal of his power. Good. No sign of deterioration, not that he'd expected any. After another few seconds of mentally verifying there was no reason not to go inside, Ichigo sighed and opened the door. Registering his father flying feet first at him yelling a war cry, Ichigo merely stepped to one side, holding the door open to let Isshin's flight go unimpeded. Hi Dad. Bye Dad. And then he closed the door. A tiny snort of amusement brought Ichigo's attention to Karen, who merely rolled her eyes at her father's antics. Welcome back, Ichigo. How's Mom? Doing better back in Soul Society, Ichigo confirmed. That's good, Isshin said in a much calmer voice as he stepped back inside. So, what's your plan now that Aayumu's been defeated? Ichigo shrugged. It's gonna be busy for a little bit longer while things settle down in hell, and there might be Quincy activity in Hueco Mundo. I've got someone looking into it, but I need to talk to Ishida later. But enough about that, how's everything here? Isshin visibly winced. About that, there are some things you ought to know. Ichigo blinked. What's wrong? It's Yuzu, Karen answered for her father. She's not doing well. What? Ichigo's eyes were suddenly sharp with intent. What happened? She's not hurt, Isshin reassured him quickly. Not physically at least. But surely you wondered how you could hear Yuzu and Karen while you were in hell? At Ichigo's nod, he continued. Yuzu developed a new power, the ability to connect her heart with another's. After you used Segunda Etapa, she stayed connected to your heart, and was. He paused, apparently trying to find the right way to word it. Overwhelmed. She began to feel your emotions as her own, Karen finished. Ichigo's eyes widened as he began to grasp what had happened. If Yuzu had had a direct line to his heart then, at that time when his blood pounded to the beat of war drums, when his mind was almost completely consumed with the desire to pay evil unto evil, to inflict unending torment to the one who had struck at his heart. Ichigo grimaced. That had to play hell with her psyche. No pun intended, he added belatedly. Isshin nodded solemnly. A few seconds passed in silence. Would it help if I went and talked to her? Ichigo offered. I mean, they were my emotions, so maybe I can address the problem directly. Worth a shot, Karen muttered, turning towards the stairs. Ichigo got up and followed her, and when they were a few feet away from the door to the girl's room, Karen stopped, keeping her back to Ichigo. Confused, Ichigo did the same. I have two things to say to you, Ichi and I, Karen said calmly, but with a hint of steel. First, if you so much as think that your life is worthless or meaningless ever again, remember that Mom died for you. Not because of you. For you. So don't you dare spit on her sacrifice. Ichigo swallowed hard, stung. Yeah, I deserve that, he admitted. And the second thing? Karen was quiet for a moment, but when she spoke again her voice was just as calm as before, if slightly quieter. Did you go through with it? What you said to Aayumu? Ichigo blinked, unsure of what she meant for a second. Then he remembered. I will seal you with a technique of my own making, one that will leave you in eternal agony. Then I will leave you buried alive in the deepest level of this world. Your existence will be nothing. Blind, alone, in endless torment with no one to hear your screams. Yes. Before he left Hell, Ichigo had taken the sealed Aayumu and been as good, or as bad, depending on the perspective, as his word. With Masaki, Urahara and Yamamoto at his side, Ichigo had retreated to a remote part of Hell. In the end, Aayumu had been buried more than 100 meters down, his seal surrounded by some kido that Urahara said would conceal Ayumu's Ryatsu. Sure enough, after they buried the seal, Ichigo couldn't sense Aayumu at all. Ichigo wasn't even sure he could find Aayumu again if he tried, which hopefully meant that anyone else who tried would fail entirely. Ah. Karen paused. Good. And then she moved to the side, wordlessly telling Ichigo to go on, to see Yuzu, without her. Ichigo hesitated, but did so, gently opening Yuzu's door. Yuzu was lying on her bed, facing towards the wall. Go away, she whispered, and Ichigo's heart ached when he heard the telltale signs of crying. You know I can't do that, Yuzu, Ichigo replied, sitting down next to her. Yuzu stiffened, hearing Ichigo's voice, but said nothing. They sat in silence for a few minutes, until Ichigo finally managed to find the words to what he wanted to say. I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but it'll help if you do, he told her. I mean, those were my emotions, so if anybody's qualified to talk about them. He trailed off when Yuzu shifted, turning towards him. Why, Onie-chan? After a moment of waiting for Yuzu to clarify, Ichigo hesitantly tried to fill in the blank himself. Why did I let Aayumu stab me? No. I get that. She reached up and touched Ichigo's chest. I felt your heart. I knew your pain, and how much you hated yourself. She looked up and met Ichigo's eyes. Do you still hate yourself? No. That's good. Yuzu was quiet for a few seconds. But Onie-chan, why did it feel so good to hurt him? He hurt you, so you hurt him to make him understand your pain, but every time I hurt him, I felt a malicious joy, Ichigo finished. Yuzu nodded glumly. Please, make me understand, Onie-chan. Isn't it bad, to want to hurt someone? To like hurting someone? Ichigo was silent for a minute, trying to form the words. Emotions, you can't usually call them right and wrong, good or bad, without context. Anger can be a good, healthy emotion, and happiness can be an utterly disturbing sign of mental illness, in the wrong circumstances. The same goes for wanting to hurt someone, he continued. I think it was good that I wanted to hurt Aayumu. He killed Mom, which hurt me a lot emotionally. So I wanted him to hurt just as much, if not more than me. It was a good, healthy response. But before you hurt someone, there should be a good reason. For me, it didn't matter if I liked hurting him, because I needed to beat him anyway to keep him from hurting everyone else. Yuzu nodded. So. Because you a good reason to hurt Aayumu, it's okay if you enjoyed hurting him, she said slowly. Right. So, it's okay that I liked watching you hurt him? That I wanted him to hurt so badly he couldn't think of anything else. It doesn't make me bad. Ichigo reached over and gave her a hug. No, Yuzu. It doesn't make you bad. It was a short while later when Ichigo came back downstairs alone. Yuzu seemed to be feeling better, and Karen had elected to stay with her and try to keep her in the good mood. Isshin was still sitting in the living room, quietly looking at the giant poster of Masaki, evidently deep in thought. Seeing his son's return, Isshin smiled. Things go well with Yuzu? Ichigo nodded. Yeah. Think she's okay now. That's good. Sit down, Ichigo. There's stuff we've got to talk about. I figured there would be, the young man agreed, sitting down on the couch. We're waiting on 2 more people, Isshin told him. But they shouldn't be much longer. On cue, someone knocked on the door. Ichigo rose and answered it, then blinked. Urahara. Yamamoto. That's them, Isshin called out. Let them in. Utterly confused now, Ichigo did as he was bid, leading them into the living room, where Isshin motioned that they all take a seat, which they did. Ishin took a deep breath, and released it slowly. Well, first things first, I guess. Yamamoto Sotecho, are you aware of the circumstances behind my abandonment from my post as Taicho of the 10th Division? No. After you failed to return, I had believed you had died in the living world. However, I now assume Urahara Kisuke was involved. The former Taicho nodded. He was. Here's what happened. And with that, Ishin essentially went through the same story Ichigo had heard from his mother the previous day. Ishin glanced at him quizzically after he'd finished. You don't look surprised at all, Ichigo. Mom told me everything yesterday, he explained. She was surprised you hadn't told me before. Ishin looked a little sheepish. Well, I did mean to tell you earlier, it just never felt like the right time. How do you just come out and say, oh, Ichigo, do you want to hear how your mom and I first met? Exactly like that, Ichigo retorted deadpan. Both Urahara and Yamamoto shared his expression, and Ishin held his hands up in the air in the universal gesture of surrender. In any case, Ishin continued, now turning his gaze towards Yamamoto. I felt like I owed you an explanation. I would have gotten a hold of you earlier to let you know what was going on, but at the time you still thought that Urahara was a traitor. Yamamoto held up his hand, forestalling Ishin's speech. I understand. You are aware, of course, that unless Hitsugaya Taicho decides to give up his position, I will not be restoring you to it. Of course, Ishin agreed. I don't even want the position. He can keep it, I need to stay here and finish raising my children. Yamamoto nodded, accepting the position. That said, Ishin continued, there's more. Some time after Masaki died, Ishida Ryukin approached me to let me know there was more to the story than met the eye. On the same day she died, Ryukin's wife, Ishida Yuryu's mother, abruptly fell into a coma. Ryukin told me that all of her Quincy power had been ripped from her, and her body couldn't take the loss. She died 3 months later. Despite hearing his heart thundering in his chest, Ichigo felt as though his veins had been filled with ice water, and when he spoke his voice sounded as though it were from far away. You're saying that the reason Mom died against the Grand Fisher is because she lost her powers in the middle of the fight. Ishin nodded soberly. Ryukin told me about the father of the Quincy, the progenitor, Yawatch. There's a poem passed down through the Quincy's, saying that after 900 years of being sealed, he would regain his pulse, after another 90, he would regain his intellect, and after 9 more years, he would regain his power. Ryukin believed that Yawatch had removed the powers of impure Quincy's. Honestly, I didn't believe it at the time. You and Yuryu were by definition gemished, mixed blood, Quincy's, but neither of you had lost your powers. I chalked it up to unfortunate coincidence. But when you and Yuryu uncovered the Quincy contract with Hell, signed by Yawatch, it was too much of a coincidence, Ichigo finished. So, how close are we to the deadline? It has been 997 years since I fought Yawatch, Yamamoto answered quietly. We have less than 2 years. There was silence for several seconds as grim understanding filled them all. I received reports of Quincy activity in Hueco Mundo. Ichigo told them all. Would it be him? Yamamoto shook his head. Unlikely. When he attempted invasion before, he had an army at his back. He is likely training another one. Then how do we do this? Ichigo asked. There are 3 steps that must be taken, Yamamoto stated calmly. First, we must locate Yawatch and his army. Second, we must train our forces once again in how to fight the Quincy. And third, we must defeat Yawatch before he regains his full power. The first is difficult, if not impossible, Urahara elaborated. Shortly after I established the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Yamamoto contacted me and had my machines looking for Quincy's everywhere I could think of. I assumed that once I was banished, you had Mayuri doing the same. Yamamoto nodded. He has had no better luck than you. Then obviously the Quincy are hiding somewhere beyond our ability to find. Most likely a secret dimension somewhere, but those are almost impossible to find unless you know where to look, Urahara concluded. Wherever they're hiding, it has to be able to access Hueco Mundo, Ichigo pointed out. I have Okuiora scouting out where the Quincy activity was reported. Maybe once we have more information, we'll be able to get a little further on the subject. While we're sharing, my mother told me that Quincy's have an innate weakness to hollow Ryatsu. Maybe Urahara can do something with that. The scientist nodded at him seriously, while Yamamoto looked at Urahara for several seconds, before finally speaking his thoughts. Do not hollow-ify my Shinigami unless it is absolutely necessary, Yamamoto said simply. Understood, Urahara acknowledged easily. Nodding in acceptance, Yamamoto returned his gaze to Ichigo. It appears that your allies in Hueco Mundo are proving most useful. They are, he agreed. Oh, and speaking of them. Ichigo quickly filled him in regarding the experiment to see if Arrancar still needed to consume souls. Yamamoto instantly agreed to have food sent to Hueco Mundo on a daily basis, much to Ichigo's relief. Anything else we need to discuss? Urahara asked. A couple more things, Ichigo answered. The Kasumiyaji situation. I assume that Byakuya's told you everything? Yes. Amagai Taicho is already in a position of trust within the Kasumiyaji, and is currently using it to secure sufficient evidence of Bakoto. It should be resolved within the next few days. Excellent. And what of the Barine conspirators, the ones who sent my mother to hell? Yamamoto's eyes opened slightly, fixing a gauging look at Ichigo. The Central 46 has tried them and rendered judgment. The head of the conspiracy was executed, and the Barine clan was forced to pay a hefty fine. As the servants seemed to simply be following orders and had no idea that it was not officially sanctioned, they were released without punishment. Ichigo nodded, satisfied with the result. Last question, and purely curiosity, what about your Zanpakuto? He asked, directing the question at both Urahara and Yamamoto. Why haven't you reformed them? Yamamoto stared at him oddly while Urahara coughed discreetly. Ichigo, all Zanpakuto require an Asachi, a nameless, template Zanpakuto, to form from. Each student who enters the Shinigami Academy receives an Asachi, and over time the Shinigami's soul imprints onto the Asachi, forming their Zanpakuto. But I never got an Asachi. Ichigo muttered, confused. Yamamoto continued to stare at Ichigo. Ah, well, honestly, it didn't look like you needed one, Urahara confessed. As soon as you acquired Shinigami powers, you were wielding a sword, and it certainly acted like a Zanpakuto. I did a couple of discrete tests on Zangetsu while you were asleep after the shattered, and everything tested fine. I told Yoruchi about it, and she kept an eye on you and Zangetsu during your mission to save Kachiki Rukia. She didn't find anything out of place, and the Bankai training went without a hitch, so there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Since I don't know how Nemea-sama makes Asachi, I could only guess that somehow you instinctively made your own. Who's Nemea? Ichigo couldn't help but ask. Nemea Otsu, Yamamoto intoned, is a member of the Royal Guard, and the creator of the Asachi. I have already put in a request to consult with him regarding the destruction of our Zanpakuto. If you desire, I will see if he will see you as well. If your Zanpakuto was not formed from an Asachi, there might be problems in the future. Your situation is certainly unique. Not wanting to be blindsided by something later, Ichigo readily agreed. With that settled, the meeting ended shortly thereafter, and Ichigo went up to his room to lie down. He was only momentarily startled to himself already there, realizing an instant later that it was Kon. He cleared his throat. Kon turned around. You're back. Ichigo gave him a sort of half-smile. Yeah. Thanks for taking care of everyone while I was gone. He extended his hand to shake, and Kon took it with a grin. So, back to the lion plush. Kon said with an enthusiasm that surprised Ichigo. Something must have shown on his face, because Kon chuckled. Your body's nice and all, Ichigo, but to be honest, it'll be nice not to have to worry about eating too much or not enough, or accidentally overdoing it. Besides, I've gotten used to that thing, and as a plush soul society doesn't look too close at me. Ichigo grimaced slightly at the reminder that Kon was still, technically, an illegal being who could be ordered terminated on sight by Soul Society. But as he'd said, there had been no trouble as long as the ranking members of Soul Society believed he was just a normal Jiken. Picking up the Shinigami substitute badge, he pressed it against Kon's forehead and caught the pill as it emerged. Letting his body slump over for a moment, he placed the pill back into the lion plush that had been sitting on his desk, and Kon promptly leapt out of the room, calling for Yuzu. Shaking his head slightly, Ichigo re-entered his body, then lay down on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Aayumu was sealed. His family and friends were safe. Things in Hueco Mundo were developing nicely, and if things worked out then perhaps he could start terraforming the dimension into something a bit more hospitable. Soul Society was now an ally, and there was a sense of mutual respect between himself and Yamamoto now. As soon as the Kasumiyaji situation finished working itself out, then the only big problem left would be Yawatch. And even on that front, there was still some time. Not as much as he would like, but some. The only thing left to do was to return to his human life, if he wanted to. But that was the question, did he want to? He ruled as a king of Hueco Mundo. He could be respected, perhaps even revered as a savior, in Soul Society. But in the living world, he was just an intelligent young man, with a history of fighting gangs and absences from school. What was there for him, if he returned to life in the human world? He'd finish school, get a job, maybe go traveling, or maybe buy a house. Ichigo thought about it for a minute, before deciding that he liked the idea. Yeah, a big house, open and spacious. Somewhere a little remote from the rest of society, but not so far removed that it was inconvenient. A private respite from the troubles of the dead. A place he could build with his own two hands. Ichigo blinked. That thought had come out of nowhere. A place he could build with his own two hands. While it was an unexpected thought, he had to admit it did appeal to him. All of the skills he was proud of were about fighting and destruction, and the thought of actually constructing something, making something new, was one he found unexpectedly appealing. What do you want to do when you graduate high school? Do you want to go to a university? Do you want to be a writer, a fireman, an actor? A police officer, a baker? A doctor, an astronaut? What do you want to be? I dream of a world where those I want to protect are safe and happy, of a time where I can put down the sword without fear. And when that happens, I want to create something beautiful. Ichigo remembered Zena's question, and his own answer. For a long time, he'd been coasting through his life without a real goal, not knowing what he wanted to be. But now he knew what he wanted to do with his life. Sure, he was good at fighting, and could probably go pro if he wanted. But now Ichigo realized, what he truly wanted to do, was to build a home for himself and eventually his family. Abruptly, Ichigo realized he was smiling. But he didn't mind, in his soul, he knew that Cazador and Zangetsu were also smiling under the rays of a hopeful sun. And despite the looming threat of Yawatch, Ichigo was confident that one day he would build the home he saw in his mind's eye. He was Kurosaki Ichigo. For as long as he could remember, he could see spirits of the dead. But for the first time in many years, Ichigo could see a dream for his life. The sequel. A Quincy's Quest. The story begins with Ichigo being straight up drugged and kidnapped, in his human body, by Yawatch's forces. Yoruchi and Kisuke get there just in time to see Ichigo being dragged through a dimensional rift. Literally everyone is up in arms about it. Ichigo's human form is his weakest link, and everyone knows it. As long as he's kept unconscious, all too easy, really, he's at his kidnapper's mercy. And with Yawatch getting closer and closer, they're all in trouble. Ishida Yuryu finds himself the reluctant subleader of the human world's forces. Urahara is feverishly working on anti-Quincy weapons, mostly hollow-based stuff, and trying to find a way into the Quincy's hidden dimension. The Vizard are going back and forth to Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, working with Haribel, Ulquiorra and Stark to get stronger and coordinate between the various worlds. And Neliel is utterly livid. Everyone gets a first-hand demonstration on why she used to be Espada Trace. And she's only gotten stronger since being restored to her full power. Yamamoto, on the other hand, seems completely placid. He knows that Ichigo will get out, one way or another. Either he'll die and emerge in his full might, or he'll eventually turn things on his captors using his Jikai, Ion no Tensa. In the meantime, Yamamoto is busy training his captains to be the very best they can be, because there's very little time left. After a chapter or two of the human world's forces starting to fracture without Ichigo's charisma holding them together, Ishida is approached by a member of the Vandenrake. Will he join with Yhwach? He agrees. Mostly so he can try to save Ichigo, but also because there's power to be had, and he fully intends a double cross. Thing is, everyone on both sides knows what he's up to. Yhwach doesn't trust him, because Yhwach knows that he killed Ishida's mother. Likewise, Urahara had already anticipated the scenario, and placed a tracker in Ishida's blood. Even Inoue knows that Ishida is planning a double cross. Ishida knows perfectly well that his actions are anticipated. Which is why he makes absolutely no moves to ask about or look for Ichigo, and expresses complete disinterest when baited with the information by the other Quincy's. Instead, he chooses to start sowing discord in the Vandenrake. After all, until recently, Quincy arrows sent people to hell. Did Yhwach ever tell people that? Ishida wagers that he hadn't. And it starts to pay out. Basby is deeply troubled by the idea that the souls he eradicated were actually sentenced to eternal suffering. Oblivion is one thing. But never-ending torture. Meanwhile, back in Hueco Mundo, Ulquiorra is learning what it means to be frustrated. He's captured 3 Quincy so far, but each time he thinks he's got them locked down, they do something to commit suicide. Something to do with hollow Ryuryoku. He's pretty sure he's figured out the trick, though. The Quincy are carrying vials of liquid Ryuryoku, the same vials they use for their more advanced tool techniques, but they have a black one full of liquid, concentrated, hollow Ryuryoku. They ingest it, and they die near instantly. He considers it first-hand evidence that hollow Ryuryoku isn't suitable for certain missions. So he decides to try what he'd previously considered unthinkable. He's an Arrancar. A hollow who became more Shinigami-like by breaking his mask. If Ichigo could learn hollow techniques, could he not learn Shinigami ones? He decides to learn Bakudo, and immediately opens a passage through the Garganta to Soul Society to demand to learn from the Godai. He ends up in front of Byakuya and Rukia, who agree to help him out, since they're also Ichigo's allies and Kido specialists. Chad, back in the human world, is meditating on the nature of his powers. His right arm carries his will to protect. His left, his will to attack. His heart, his promises and debts. Surely there was more. There was always more, always another way to grow. But he needs to master what he has, too. What was the green light that flickered in the corners of his eyes when he pushed off the ground and went faster than he could have managed on his own? What did it mean, to have hollow-based powers as a human? And that's when he's approached by someone new, Kugo Jinjo. The one that we fans recognize as the first substitute Shinigami. He promises Chad more power, to teach him what he needs to know. In exchange for Chad's help meeting with Ichigo later. Chad reluctantly agrees. Inoue, in the meantime, is experimenting with different combinations of her Shun Rika under the careful supervision of Tessai and Hachigen. Tessai notes that her powers are rather unique, a strange melding of Quincy and Shinigami in some ways. Her rejection might be related to the Quincy arrows, but they take the form of barriers of various shapes, much like Shinigami Kido. Hachigen agrees, positing that Inoue might one day become a true mistress of barriers that surpasses even him. Inoue is flattered, but doesn't quite believe it. And then she has a thought, all of her powers are about rejection, right? Could she reject the barrier between the human world and the Garganta, and learn to travel the spaces between worlds? She decides to give it a try. Tsubaki. I reject. And much to her surprise, it works, with a twist. The opening remains without any further Ryuryoku investment. She literally destroyed the barrier in a small area, she's not having to hold it open, it's just there. Tessai is utterly fascinated. Can you close it? The answer, she can. She just needs to use Soten Kishun to undo the damage. They're sure it'll come in handy later, but for now Inoue is warned not to mess with dimensional barriers. Then we have an interlude with Ichigo, stuck in Ion no Tensa, playing shogi with Tensa Zangetsu while Cazador looks completely and utterly bored. So. When do we break out? Not yet. Why the F not? Because we get exactly one shot at this, and I plan on ripping Yawacha's throat out the moment he lets his guard down. Ichigo looks at Cazador. Ishida's here. I can sense him, even like this. Sooner or later, he'll turn on Yawach. And that's when we swoop in, drag Yawach into our world with Ishida, and beat the a-hole to death. Yep. Tensa moves a piece. You do realize that Neliel is going to be quite upset with us once she finds out we could have gotten out of this coma a few hours after we were captured, right? They all shiver. Yeah, we're not gonna tell her that. Cazador rolls her eyes. And you're going to hide it how? By reminding her that I have no idea where the heck I am, or how to get back to Hueco Mundo, Ichigo says primly. She'd kick my butt harder if I tried to stupidly take on the entirety of the Quincy army on my own. Cazador looks at him, reluctantly impressed. You know, she just might buy that. Good. Tensa moves another piece. Tsumi. Ichigo looks down. He's been beaten again. Thanks for the match. Cazador, you up to play? Not a chance in hell. We're not in hell. You know DMN well what I mean. No.